Tonight, we will speak about letting go. Not letting go as a task or an achievement, but letting go as something very ordinary, like setting down a heavy bag after a long walk, like loosening a grip that has grown tired without noticing. Before we begin, feel free to share what time it is and where you're listening from. There is nothing to remember tonight. There is no need to stay awake. You can listen, or you can drift, or you can miss parts entirely. It is all right. We will simply stay together for a while and see where the night carries us. Long ago, in a small valley where the hills softened the sound of wind, there lived a potter named Thomas. Thomas worked with clay each day, shaping bowls and cups for the nearby village. His hands were strong and steady, but his brow was often tight, as if he were holding something in place inside himself. People admired Thomas's work. They said his bowls felt balanced, that his cups fit the hand just right. And yet, Thomas himself rarely seemed satisfied. He would turn a finished bowl slowly, searching for what was not quite right. A curve too shallow, a rim too thin, a surface that did not match the image he carried in his mind. At night, Thomas lay awake replaying the day. He remembered the piece that cracked in the kiln. He remembered the customer who frowned before paying. Even the bowls that sold quickly did not bring him rest, because tomorrow he would have to make them again. And perhaps he would fail. One evening, an older traveler stopped in the village. Her name was Eleni. She carried little with her, and she spoke slowly, as if each word had walked a long way before arriving. Eleni noticed Thomas working late, reshaping a bowl again and again, though the clay was already drying. "You work as if you are arguing with the clay," she said gently. Thomas smiled out of politeness. "I am trying to make it right," he said. "If I stop too soon, it will not be good enough." Eleni nodded, as if this were familiar. She picked up a bowl Thomas had set aside, one he considered flawed. "This one," she said, "feels like it is resting." Thomas frowned. "That one is uneven." "Yes," Eleni said, "and it is not fighting you anymore." She thanked him for the water he offered, and that night she slept under the open shed. In the morning, she was gone. Thomas thought about her words for many days. He did not suddenly change. He still corrected, still adjusted, still cared deeply. But now and then, when his hands felt tight, he noticed it, and sometimes he stopped earlier than usual. Sometimes he let a bowl be finished before his mind agreed. Letting go, we notice, is rarely dramatic. It does not arrive as a great release. More often, it comes as a small decision not to tighten further. We carry many things as Thomas did. Expectations, old conversations, images of how things should have gone. We hold them so closely that they begin to feel like part of us. And yet, when we look closely, we see that holding is something we are doing, and anything we are doing can soften. Letting go does not mean we stop caring. It means we stop gripping. It means we allow life to move a little without our constant adjustment. Perhaps you have noticed this in simple moments. When a plan changes and, after the first resistance, there is a quiet relief. When you stop trying to fall asleep and sleep arrives on its own. When you stop replaying a sentence you wish you had not said, and the night grows wider. These moments teach us without words. In another place, near the edge of a long road, there lived a woman named Aiko who kept a small inn. Travelers rested there before crossing the mountains. Aiko was known for her kindness, but also for her careful attention to detail. She arranged the rooms each morning as if important guests were always about to arrive. She memorized preferences. She worried when someone left without smiling. When a guest seemed dissatisfied, Aiko carried it with her for days. She wondered what she had missed, what she could have done differently. Her nights were full of small corrections that could no longer be made. One winter evening, a young courier named Jun stayed at the inn. He arrived late, exhausted, and left before dawn without saying much at all. Aiko watched him disappear down the road and felt a familiar heaviness. Had she been inattentive? Was the soup too plain? Later that morning, as she cleaned the room, she found a small note folded beside the bed. "Thank you," it read. "I slept without dreams." Aiko sat down on the edge of the bed and read it again. Something in her loosened, not because she had done everything right, but because she had not known. She had offered what she could, and the rest had never been hers to carry. We often believe that if we hold tightly enough, outcomes will be secured. If we worry long enough, we will prevent pain. If we replay the past carefully, we will fix it. But life does not respond to tight hands. It responds to presence, and then it moves on. Letting go is the trust that what has already happened no longer needs our grip, and what has not yet happened does not benefit from it either. We may notice how tiring it is to hold everything together. The body knows this fatigue, even when the mind calls it responsibility. Sometimes, letting go feels like loss at first. A soft sadness, a sense of stepping back. But often, beneath that, there is space, and in that space, the night feels less crowded. Far from the valley and the mountain road, in a fishing village by the sea, lived an old man named Farid. Each morning, Farid walked to the shore long before sunrise. He cast his net and waited, listening to the water. In his younger years, Farid measured his days by the size of the catch. A good day meant full baskets and praise at the market. A poor day meant frustration that followed him home. As time passed, his hands grew slower. The nets felt heavier. Some days, he returned with very little. At first, Farid resisted this change. He stayed longer at sea, straining against currents he once moved with easily. He scolded himself for every missed pull. One morning, after a long night with no fish, Farid did not feel angry. He felt tired in a new way. He sat on a rock and watched the light spread across the water. He noticed how the sea did not apologize, how it did not explain itself. It simply moved, wave by wave. That day, Farid still cast his net, but when he pulled it in, he did not argue with what it held. He took what was there and went home. From then on, people noticed that Farid seemed lighter, not because his life was easier, but because he was no longer wrestling it. Letting go is often misunderstood as giving up. But Farid did not stop fishing. Thomas did not stop shaping clay. Aiko did not stop caring for her guests. What they set down was the extra weight, the demand that life conform to their grip. We might feel this weight in our own evenings, the way thoughts circle when the day is over, the way unfinished matters line up at the edge of the mind. It is okay if they are there. Letting go does not mean pushing them away. It means not pulling them closer. The night has its own pace. Understanding arrives when it does, and rest arrives when it can. We do not have to escort either one. As we stay together here, the stories blend. A potter's hands easing, an innkeeper releasing silent worries, a fisherman meeting the sea as it is. They are not special people. They are simply people who noticed the cost of holding too tightly. And perhaps, without effort, something in us recognizes this, not as a lesson to apply tomorrow, but as a permission already present. The mind can loosen even while listening, or it can wander, or it can sleep. Nothing needs to be carried forward from this moment. We will continue together, gently, letting the night do its quiet work. The night continues without needing our help. When we speak of letting go, we are not speaking of pushing things away. We are speaking of allowing what is already loosening to loosen fully, like dusk arriving without being invited. There was once a calligrapher named Mei Lin who lived near a quiet river. She had studied for many years, learning the balance of line and space, the patience of ink. People traveled far to see her work, and some stayed simply to watch her prepare. Mei Lin was known for her discipline. She woke early, ground her ink carefully, and practiced each stroke before committing it to paper. Her students admired her precision. Yet, when she worked alone, Mei Lin often hesitated. She would hover above the page, brush suspended, waiting for the perfect moment. Sometimes the ink dried before it touched the paper. One afternoon, a former student named Ren came to visit. Ren had stopped practicing calligraphy years earlier and now worked repairing boats along the river. Mei Lin watched Ren's hands as he spoke, scarred, unpolished, confident. They moved without hesitation. "You don't practice anymore?" Mei Lin asked. Ren smiled. "I practice all day," he said, "just not with ink." They walked by the river together. Ren picked up a stick and dragged it lightly through the sand, leaving uneven lines that the water quickly erased. Mei Lin felt something in her chest soften. Those lines were gone almost as soon as they appeared. And yet, the moment had not been wasted. That evening, when Mei Lin returned to her desk, she did not wait as long. The brush touched the paper before her thoughts were fully arranged. The result surprised her. It was not perfect, and it was alive. Letting go often begins when we see that waiting does not always bring clarity. Sometimes it only delays what is ready. We imagine there is a right moment for everything, but life rarely announces it. It moves quietly, and we either move with it or remain suspended. There is a relief in allowing the hand to descend, the word to be spoken, the day to end. In a crowded town square, a baker named Salvatore rose before dawn each morning. He kneaded dough with practiced force, setting loaves to rise while the streets were still dark. Salvatore measured his success by numbers. How many loaves sold? How quickly they disappeared from the shelves. If even one remained at closing, he felt uneasy. He worried that people would stop coming, that tomorrow would be worse. One evening, after a long day, Salvatore found an old woman sitting on the step outside his shop. Her name was Morella. She held a half-eaten loaf in her hands and smiled when he emerged. "I never finish it," she said, noticing his glance. "I always save some for later." Salvatore laughed politely, but inside he felt tension. Later meant stale. Later meant less than ideal. Mirella broke off another piece slowly. "This bread has already done its work," she said. "It fed me when I was hungry. The rest is just time passing." That night, Salvatore closed the shop with one loaf still on the shelf. He noticed the familiar urge to feel disappointed, but it passed more quickly than usual. The next morning, he gave the remaining loaf to a child on the street and felt unexpectedly light. Letting go does not mean nothing matters. It means knowing when something has already served its purpose. We cling not only to pain, but also to success, to praise, to moments we wish to preserve exactly as they were. But everything changes the moment after it happens. Holding on does not keep it alive. It only keeps us busy. As the hours deepen, we may feel thoughts drifting in and out like guests who no longer need attention. We do not have to greet them all. Somewhere in a forested region where paths crossed without signs, lived a woodcutter named Luca. Luca worked alone, preferring the company of trees to conversation. He had a habit of replaying decisions, which path he should have taken, which tree he should have cut instead. Even after returning home, his mind remained in the forest, retracing steps that were already behind him. One evening, Luca lost his way as dusk fell earlier than expected. He felt the old tension rise, the urge to fix, to backtrack. Instead, he sat down against a tree and waited. The forest grew quieter, then familiar. When the moon rose, Luca recognized the outline of a nearby hill and found his way easily. From that day on, when his mind began to wander backward, he remembered that evening, how stopping had revealed what movement could not. Letting go sometimes looks like pausing without explanation, not because we know what will happen, but because tightening further will not help. We live as if effort alone creates direction, but there are moments when direction arrives only after effort releases its grip. The night understands this rhythm well. In a modest home near a market street lived a woman named Yasmin who repaired clothing. People came to her with torn sleeves, missing buttons, frayed hems. Yasmin listened carefully to each story attached to the garment. This was worn at a wedding. That belonged to someone no longer here. She stitched with care, but often carried the sadness of others home with her. She lay awake, thinking of lives she could not mend. One evening, a man named Oscar brought her an old coat. It was threadbare and stained. It cannot be fixed, Yasmin said gently. Oscar nodded. I know. He said, I only wanted to be sure. After he left, Yasmin held the coat for a long moment before setting it aside. She felt the familiar ache. Then something else, a quiet permission. Some things do not ask to be repaired. They ask to be acknowledged and then released. Yasmin slept more deeply that night than she had in months. Letting go is often preceded by honesty, seeing clearly what is possible and what is not. We exhaust ourselves trying to save what has already lived its full life. As we continue together, the stories are less separate now. They begin to echo, hands releasing tools, minds releasing outcomes, hearts releasing the need to carry everything forward. We may notice how this recognition does not demand agreement. It does not insist. It simply rests nearby. A teacher named Henrik once told his students a single sentence at the end of each day. He said, "You have already done enough." Some students argued with this. Others felt relief. But over time, the sentence worked quietly. Letting go is like that sentence. It does not change the facts of the day. It changes how heavily they are carried into the night. We do not need to reach a conclusion. We do not need to stay alert. The night is wide enough to hold unfinished thoughts without pressure. Stories continue, even when we stop listening closely. Understanding continues, even when we sleep. We are allowed to set things down, one by one, without ceremony. And as we remain here, the sense of holding may soften on its own. The hours move quietly now, without needing to be marked. Letting go does not announce itself. It does not say, "Now you have released enough." It happens in the background, the way shadows lengthen while we are not watching. In a hillside town where stone houses leaned gently toward one another, there lived a bookbinder named Raphael. His shop smelled of paper and glue, and the shelves were filled with volumes that had passed through many hands. Raphael loved old books, most of all. He said they knew how to be patient. They waited years for someone to open them again. When a book arrived damaged beyond repair, Raphael felt a quiet sorrow. He believed every book deserved to be saved, every page restored. One afternoon, a librarian named Sophia brought him a stack of waterlogged texts. The covers were warped. The pages fused together. Raphael examined them carefully, his fingers lingering as if they might still be persuaded. "These cannot be repaired," he said at last. Sophia nodded. I know, she replied, but I needed to hear it from someone who cares. They sat together in the shop without speaking for a while. Then Raphael asked, "What will you do with them?" "I will thank them," Sophia said, "and then I will let them go." Raphael thought about that long after she left. That evening, he wrapped the ruined books gently and placed them aside. For the first time, he did not feel like he had failed them. Letting go does not mean treating things lightly. It means knowing when care no longer takes the form of holding on. We often confuse responsibility with possession. We think that because something mattered, it must continue to be carried. But even care has seasons. In a small farming village, there lived a man named Tomasz who tended an orchard of pear trees. Each year, he pruned carefully, guided branches, protected the fruit from frost. He took pride in knowing every tree, which ones needed more water, which leaned too far into the wind. When a late storm destroyed half the crop one year, Tomasz was inconsolable. He walked the orchard day after day, replaying what he could have done differently. An elderly neighbor named Maribel joined him one morning. She listened quietly as he spoke. "Finally," she said, "the trees are not asking you to relive the storm." Tomasz stopped walking. He looked around. The branches were already growing new buds. He realized then that his grief had been for something already finished. The trees had moved on. From that day forward, Tomasz still cared deeply, but he learned to let the season end when it ended. Letting go is often learning to live in the current season rather than the previous one. The mind likes to travel backward. It believes that attention can rewrite what is done. But life only grows forward, even when it grows quietly. As the night deepens, thoughts may arrive more slowly now, or they may come in waves, softer than before. We do not need to manage them. In a city known for its narrow streets, a violin maker named Elio worked in a modest workshop. He shaped instruments for musicians he would never meet. Elio was meticulous. Each curve mattered. Each adjustment felt crucial. Yet, when the violins left his hands, he felt an unexpected ache. They would be played differently than he imagined, handled carelessly, perhaps misunderstood. One day, a young musician named Clara visited the workshop. She played one of Elio's violins without asking permission, her notes imperfect but sincere. Elio wanted to stop her, to correct her grip, to explain the instrument, but he did not. When she finished, Clara smiled. It feels free, she said. After she left, Elio sat alone with that word, free. He realized he had been holding the future of his work too tightly. Once it was made, it no longer belonged to him. Letting go is the act of allowing what we create to live its own life. This applies not only to objects, but to words spoken, efforts given, days lived. Once released, they move beyond us. Near a river delta, where reeds bent easily with the wind, lived a ferry operator named Anselma. She guided people across the water day after day. Anselma knew the currents well. She could sense when to push and when to drift. What troubled her was not the river, but the passengers. Some argued about the route. Others questioned her timing. At first, Anselma tried to satisfy everyone. She explained. She reassured. Over time, she grew quiet. She stopped responding to every concern. She did not become indifferent. She simply trusted her hands and the water. The crossings became smoother. Letting go does not mean silence out of withdrawal. It means silence that comes from trust. We do not need to convince the night of anything. In a town square, lit by a single lantern, a chess player named Victor sat each evening with a folding table. People came to challenge him. Victor had once been ambitious. He studied openings, endings, strategies. As years passed, his ambition softened. He still played carefully, but he no longer clung to winning. When he lost, he smiled and reset the board without comment. A regular opponent named Hana asked him once, "Why don't you mind losing?" Victor considered the question. "Because the game is over either way," he said. "And tomorrow, the board will be empty again." Letting go can look like enjoying something fully without needing to secure its outcome. We spend much of our lives trying to make moments permanent. But permanence is not required for meaning. As these stories continue, they begin to feel less like lessons and more like companions. They walk beside us without asking us to follow closely. You may notice stretches of listening where nothing seems to register clearly. This is not a problem. Understanding does not require constant attention. In a remote monastery, a cook named Nalan prepared meals for the residents each day. The work was repetitive, uncelebrated. Nalan took pride in doing it well, but sometimes he wondered if his life had become too small. One evening, as he washed the last pot, an elder named Dorje paused beside him. "You seem tired," Dorje said. "I am," Nalan replied. "I keep thinking I should be doing more." Dorje looked at the clean pots stacked neatly. "Everything here has already been fed," he said. That night, Nolan slept without imagining another life. Letting go is often releasing the idea that we must be elsewhere to be complete. The night does not ask us to account for ourselves. It simply arrives and holds what is present. We may notice now that the pace has slowed even further. Sentences stretch, pauses lengthen. This is not something we are making happen. It is what happens when effort steps back. In a coastal town where fog rolled in without warning, lived a lighthouse keeper named Rowan. Each night, Rowan lit the lamp and watched the sea. Some nights were clear, others obscured everything beyond the glass. Rowan used to strain his eyes during fog, as if effort could see through it. Over time, he learned to trust the light itself. It did not need his vigilance. It shone whether he worried or not. Letting go does not mean the light goes out. It means we stop hovering over it. As we remain here, the sense of holding may have softened further, or it may not have. Either is fine. There is nothing we need to conclude before sleep arrives. The stories will continue to move quietly, whether we are listening or dreaming. And for now, we simply stay, allowing what can be set down to rest where it is. The night keeps widening, as if it has all the time it needs. Letting go does not rush. It waits until holding becomes unnecessary. In a village surrounded by low fields and slow clouds, there lived a clockmaker named Irina. Her shop was small, filled with ticking sounds that overlapped like gentle rain. Irina repaired old clocks, the kind that marked time with patience rather than precision. She listened closely to each one, adjusting gears that had worn smooth over decades. People admired her skill. They said she understood time better than most. Yet Irina herself was often uneasy. She worried about being late, about falling behind, even while surrounded by clocks. She felt she never had enough time. One evening, a farmer named Luke brought in a clock that no longer worked at all. The gears were stripped, the springs weak. Irina examined it carefully. Then she closed the case and handed it back. "This one has finished," she said softly. Luke looked surprised. "But it has been in my family for generations." "Yes," Irina replied, "and it has given all the time it had." Luke nodded slowly. He did not seem sad. After he left, Irina sat alone in the shop. For the first time, the ticking felt gentle rather than demanding. Letting go can change how time feels, not by adding hours, but by easing the pressure we place on them. We often treat time as something to manage, control, or outrun. But time moves whether we grip it or not. In a mountain hamlet where the road ended abruptly lived a shepherd named Pavel. Each day, he guided his flock across familiar slopes. Pavel knew every rock and hollow. He took comfort in repetition. One year, illness thinned his flock. Each loss felt personal. Pavel counted again and again, as if numbers could prevent absence. An old woman named Zora watched him from her porch one afternoon. "You count as if they are still here," she said. Pavel lowered his head. "I don't want to forget them." Zora smiled gently. "You won't," she said. "But counting will not keep them." Pavel began to walk without counting. The hills felt quieter and somehow less heavy. Letting go does not erase memory. It simply allows memory to rest. As the night continues, memories may rise and fade on their own. We do not have to follow them. In a riverside town where boats creaked softly against wooden docks, lived a ferryman named Iskander. He crossed the same stretch of water countless times. Iskander was known for his strength. He pushed hard against the current, priding himself on control. One season, the river swelled beyond its usual bounds. No matter how hard Iskander pushed, the boat drifted slightly off course. At first, he fought harder. Exhaustion followed. Eventually, he adjusted. He allowed the current to carry part of the journey. The crossings became easier. Letting go often looks like cooperation rather than surrender. We do not disappear when we release control. We simply stop opposing what is already moving. In a quiet quarter of a large city lived a seamstress named Noor. Her days were filled with fine adjustments, hemming, fitting, correcting. Clients often returned, asking for small changes. A little tighter, a little looser. Noor obliged each time, though she felt a subtle frustration. The garments were never quite finished. One afternoon, a dancer named Emily came for a fitting. After trying on the dress, Emily laughed. "It moves differently every time," she said. "That's why I like it." Noor paused. She had been trying to fix something that was meant to move. From then on, she stitched with a lighter hand. Letting go is recognizing when flexibility is not a flaw. We cling to certainty because it feels safe, but life is shaped by motion. As the hours stretch, the edges of attention soften. This is not something to correct. In a small schoolhouse near a forest, taught a teacher named Thomasina. She prepared her lessons carefully. hoping each student would understand fully. When students struggled, Thomasina took it personally. She stayed late, revising explanations that would never be used. One evening, a student named Leo stayed behind. "You don't have to worry so much," he said. "We learn later too." Thomasina smiled, uncertain. Over time, she noticed that lessons returned in unexpected ways. A concept misunderstood in spring appeared clearly in autumn. Letting go is trusting that understanding has its own rhythm. We do not need to force clarity before its time. In a desert settlement where nights cooled quickly, lived a water carrier named Rashid. He walked the same route each evening, delivering water to households. Rashid measured carefully. He worried about spilling even a drop. One night, his foot slipped and water spilled onto the sand. He felt a surge of anger. An elder named Samira watched quietly. "The ground is thirsty too," Samira said. Rashid laughed despite himself. Letting go can arrive through humor, when seriousness loosens its grip. As the night deepens, effort naturally fades. Even listening becomes optional. In a coastal village, a net maker named Helena spent her days repairing fishing nets. She tied knots with practiced ease. Helena once believed that every tear could be mended. Over time, she learned otherwise. Some nets were too worn. She began to use them for other things, shading plants, marking boundaries. Nothing was wasted, but nothing was forced to remain what it had been. Letting go allows transformation without struggle. We often think release means disappearance. Sometimes it means change. In a town where bells marked the hours, lived a bell ringer named Ovid. He rang them faithfully, day after day. As age slowed his steps, he worried he would be replaced. One morning, he overslept. Another ringer took his place. The bells sounded the same. Ovid felt a strange relief. Letting go can reveal that not everything depends on us. This realization is not diminishing. It is restful. As we remain together in this quiet flow, the stories require less attention. They drift like distant lights. You may notice long pauses where nothing needs to be followed. This is the night doing what it does. Letting go does not need to be completed. It unfolds naturally, like sleep itself. We can remain here without reaching, without concluding. Whatever is ready to be set down will find its place. And whatever remains can wait until another time. The night continues to open, quietly, without asking anything from us. Letting go is not something we finish. It is something that keeps happening, even when we are not paying attention. In a river town where the water ran wide and slow, there lived a map maker named Otis. Otis spent his days drawing careful lines, roads, borders, elevations. He believed accuracy was a kind of respect. He walked the land before drawing it. He counted steps. He measured distances with string and stakes. Yet Otis often felt uneasy. Land changed, paths shifted, villages grew or faded. Each time a map became outdated, he felt he had failed. One evening, a traveler named Mirek stopped by Otis's workshop. Mirek spread one of Otis's old maps on the table. "This helped me once," Mirek said, "even though the road isn't there anymore." Otis looked confused. "It showed me where people once walked," Mirek continued. That was enough. After Mirek left, Otis rolled up several old maps he had planned to discard. He stored them gently instead. Letting go does not mean usefulness ends when accuracy fades. Sometimes value changes its shape. We often judge ourselves by how well we match the present moment, but even past efforts leave quiet traces. As the hours pass, the mind may wander freely now, no longer circling the same thoughts, or it may linger on one thing, gently. Either way is fine. In a hillside monastery, there lived a gardener named Beatrice. She tended herbs and vegetables in small terraced plots. Beatrice once believed that careful planning prevented loss. She labeled everything. She tracked growth meticulously. One year, an unexpected frost ruined much of the garden. Beatrice felt hollow. She had done everything right. An elderly monk named Esteban joined her in the fields. "The ground remembers," he said, touching the soil, "even when we think it has forgotten." That spring, new shoots appeared where Beatrice least expected them. She began to garden with fewer notes, trusting what returned. Letting go is allowing life to surprise us again. Control often dulls wonder. Release makes room for it. In a crowded market, a glassblower named Farah worked beside a glowing furnace. Her creations shimmered, each one slightly different. Farah struggled with pieces that cracked while cooling. She blamed herself for every flaw. A fellow artisan named Luca watched her discard another imperfect bowl. "It's still beautiful," Luca said. "It didn't survive," Farah replied. Luca held the broken edge to the light. "It survived long enough to exist," he said. Farah paused. She began keeping some of the cracked pieces, using them as light catchers. Letting go does not mean pretending nothing breaks. It means not treating breakage as failure. As the night deepens, effort naturally falls away. Even reflection becomes softer. In a coastal plain where winds change direction often, lived a kite maker named Anwar. He designed kites for festivals, each one meant to rise cleanly into the sky. Anwar tested every kite himself. He adjusted tails, balanced frames. Still, some kites veered wildly once released. At first, Anwar tried to control the flight with stronger strings. The kites tore. Eventually, he used lighter thread. The kites danced instead of obeyed. Letting go is not losing connection. It is choosing a connection that allows movement. We often believe strength means holding tighter. Sometimes strength is trusting what can move on its own. In a mountain village, there lived a midwife named Sabine. She had helped bring many children into the world. Sabine carried each birth with her, each cry, each fear, each joy. As years passed, the weight of memory grew heavy. One evening, after a long day, Sabine spoke with a younger midwife named Ria. "How do you carry it all?" Ria asked. Sabine thought for a moment. "I don't," she said. "I greet it, and then I let it go home." That night, Sabine slept more easily than she had in years. Letting go is sometimes deciding what does not need to stay inside us. We can honor moments without storing them forever. In a quiet port town, a sail repairer named Dorian worked near the docks. Sails came to him torn by storms and long journeys. Dorian stitched carefully, but he knew that no sail lasted forever. When sailors apologized for the damage, Dorian shook his head. "Sails are meant to meet wind," he said. Letting go can be a change in expectation. When we expect wear, we suffer less from it. As the night settles further, even the idea of letting go may loosen. We do not need to hold that either. In a countryside school, a caretaker named Iwa cleaned classrooms each evening. She straightened desks, wiped boards, closed windows. Iwa liked order. It gave her a sense of completion. One night, she forgot to clean one room. The next morning, nothing was wrong. Students learned, teachers taught. Iwa smiled quietly to herself. Letting go sometimes arrives when we see that absence does not cause collapse. The world is more resilient than we imagine. In a village by a wide lake lived a boat painter named Koji. He repainted fishing boats each spring. Koji once believed his work would protect the boats completely. When paint peeled, he felt responsible. A fisherman named Matteo laughed when Koji apologized. "The water always wins," Matteo said. Koji began painting with joy rather than defense. Letting go is accepting limits without bitterness. Limits do not reduce meaning. They define it. As listening becomes looser, the stories may feel farther apart now. This is natural. We are not gathering them. They are simply passing by. In a desert town where stars filled the sky, lived an astronomer named Layla. She charted constellations, tracking their slow shifts. Layla once tried to hold on to precise arrangements. When stars moved, she felt unsettled. Over time, she learned to map movement rather than fixity. The sky felt larger. Letting go expands what we can see. In a small workshop, a wheelwright named Henrik shaped wooden rims. Each wheel needed balance, not perfection. When one cracked after delivery, Henrik replaced it without complaint. It rolled while it could, he said. Letting go is not indifference. It is understanding the lifespan of things. As the night continues, the sense of needing to understand fades. Understanding has already done enough. In a riverside chapel, a caretaker named Lucinda lit candles each evening. She once worried if they burned unevenly. Eventually, she stopped adjusting them. The light was still warm. Letting go often reveals that what we feared losing remains. The night holds these realizations gently, without pressing them upon us. We do not need to reach for rest. Rest moves toward us on its own. And so, we remain here, together, while the weight of holding continues to ease, little by little, without needing to be noticed. The night has become very spacious now. Letting go no longer feels like an idea we are examining. It feels more like the quiet that arrives when something has already been set down. In a town where the streets curved gently instead of meeting at sharp corners, there lived a sign painter named Matteo. Matteo painted shop signs by hand, shaping letters carefully so they would be welcoming rather than loud. He took pride in clarity. He wanted every passerby to understand immediately what a place offered. Still, Matteo worried when businesses closed or changed names. His signs were taken down, painted over, or stored away. Each time, he felt a small sting. Had his work failed? One evening, a cafe owner named Elsbeth asked Matteo to repaint an old sign instead of making a new one. The letters were faded, the wood worn. "I like that it has been here before," Elsbeth said. As Matteo repainted, he followed the old lines rather than correcting them fully. The sign felt settled, not new, not old. Letting go can be allowing traces to remain. We do not need to erase what came before in order to continue. As the night deepens, attention moves differently now. It drifts without urgency. In a coastal marshland where birds gathered seasonally, lived a birdwatcher named Helena. She kept careful notes, tracking arrivals and departures. At first, Helena felt anxious when birds appeared earlier or later than expected. Her records no longer matched. Over time, she began writing less. She watched more. The birds did not ask to be recorded. They simply came and went. Letting go is sometimes releasing the need to document life in order to trust it. We often record because we fear forgetting, but forgetting is not always loss. In a narrow valley where echoes lingered, lived a bell tuner named Radoslav. He adjusted bells so their tones would harmonize across distances. Radoslav once believed that perfect tuning would create peace. If the bells rang just right, the valley would feel complete. But weather changed tones, metal aged. Eventually, Radoslav learned to tune gently, knowing perfection would not last. The bells still rang beautifully. Letting go does not silence things. It allows them to sound as they are. As we move further into the night, even the rhythm of the stories becomes less defined. They are no longer lessons arriving one by one. They are like distant lights seen through mist. In a riverside town, a bridge keeper named Alina raised and lowered a drawbridge each day. She followed a schedule carefully. When boats were late, she grew frustrated. Her timing was disrupted. One afternoon, an old captain named Nestor waved up at her and smiled. "The river has its own clock," he said. Alina laughed, surprised by her own tension. From then on, she still followed the schedule, but she held it more lightly. Letting go is often loosening the grip on what we call order. Order does not vanish when we soften. It breathes. In a village, known for its long winters, lived a storyteller named Oksana. She told familiar tales around the fire each evening. Some listeners had heard the stories many times. Still, they returned. Oksana once worried about repetition. She feared becoming dull. But one night, a child named Pyotr asked her to tell the same story again. "It sounds different tonight," he said. Oksana realized then that stories change without changing words. Letting go allows meaning to renew itself. We do not need to constantly invent in order to stay alive. As listening continues, the edges between stories soften further. They begin to blend into a single presence. In a dry hillside town, a well keeper named Jamal drew water daily. He worried about levels, especially during drought. He checked the depth often, measuring carefully. One season, the water fell lower than expected. Jamal felt panic. An elder named Fatima joined him one morning. "The well knows how to rest too," she said. Jamal stopped measuring so often. He drew what was needed and no more. Letting go can be restraint as much as release. Sometimes we loosen by taking less. In a city workshop, a frame maker named Elise built picture frames for paintings she never saw completed. She imagined how they might look. She worried whether her work would fit. Eventually, she stopped imagining. She focused on balance. When frames returned years later for repair, they carried unknown histories. Elise felt no regret, only curiosity. Letting go is trusting that what leaves us continues meaningfully. As the night grows quieter, thoughts may appear as fragments now, images without context, feelings without names. This is not confusion. It is settling. In a vineyard near a slow river lived a grape sorter named Adrian. Each harvest, he separated fruit by size and ripeness. Adrian once believed precision determined quality, but some wines surprised him. The best batches often came from mixed grapes. Letting go can mean allowing imperfection to participate. Life rarely improves by being filtered too strictly. In a modest apartment above a bakery lived a letter writer named Miriam. People paid her to write letters they could not find words for. Miriam carried each letter carefully. She felt responsible for expressing what others felt. Over time, the weight grew heavy. One afternoon, a client named Thomas brought her a message and said, "Just write what you hear." Miriam did. It was enough. Letting go can be allowing simplicity to replace effort. We complicate when we do not trust what is already present. As the night continues its quiet work, even the sense of being carried by a theme may soften. Letting go is no longer something we are considering. It is simply happening. In a small harbor town, a lighthouse cleaner named Paolo wiped the glass each morning. He once believed clarity depended on constant attention. One stormy season, the glass cracked slightly. The light still shone. Paolo stopped worrying so much. Letting go is recognizing what continues without us. In a quiet district, a locksmith named Hannah made keys for people she would never meet again. She once worried about each one. Would it work? Would it be lost? Eventually, she trusted the making. What happened afterward was not hers. Letting go is releasing ownership of outcomes. As listening becomes optional now, the night feels closer to rest than understanding. We are no longer gathering insights. We are simply being accompanied. In a countryside chapel, a flower arranger named Benoit changed arrangements weekly. He once felt sad when old flowers were discarded. Then he began composting them, feeding the soil. Nothing truly disappeared. Letting go is often transformation rather than ending. The night holds these truths without insisting on them. There is no need to stay alert, no need to remember. Whatever understanding was meant to arrive has already begun to settle. We can remain here, or drift away, or sleep fully. The night knows how to continue without our effort. And so, together, we stay gently within it, allowing what has been held to rest, and what remains to loosen in its own time. The night moves now with very little sound. Letting go is no longer something we speak about directly. It is more like the quiet agreement between moments, the way one thought leaves without announcing its departure. In a riverside district where narrow boats were tied close together, there lived a rope maker named Silvio. Silvio twisted fibers into strong cords each day, his hands moving from habit more than thought. He once believed strength was everything. A rope, he said, should never fail. When a rope snapped during a storm and a boat drifted free, Silvio felt ashamed. He replayed the making of that rope again and again. The boat was recovered later, undamaged, but Silvio carried the moment longer than necessary. One afternoon, an old sailor named Corinne visited his workshop. She ran her fingers along a finished rope and smiled. "Ropes don't fail," she said. "They finish." Silvio laughed softly, uncertain at first, but that night he slept without revisiting the storm. Letting go can be as simple as changing the words we use with ourselves. We are often harsher than life requires. As the hours continue, even the sense of time feels less defined. The night does not move in straight lines. In a hillside vineyard, a barrel maker named Etienne shaped oak staves into curved forms. Each barrel would hold wine for years. Etienne worried constantly about leaks. He tested each barrel repeatedly, tapping, listening, adjusting. One season, a barrel leaked despite all his care. The wine soaked into the ground. Etienne expected anger from the winemaker. Instead, the winemaker shrugged. "The earth enjoyed it," he said. Etienne realized then that loss was not always a problem needing correction. Letting go is sometimes allowing things to be absorbed by the world. Nothing is truly wasted. In a desert town where heat softened all edges, lived a glass polisher named Naima. She polished mirrors for homes and shops. Naima once believed that clarity meant flawlessness. She erased every streak. One day, she noticed how light bent gently around a tiny imperfection in a mirror. The room felt warmer. She stopped polishing that spot. Letting go can be allowing small distortions to remain. They remind us that seeing is never exact. As listening continues, thoughts may feel farther away now, like voices in another room. We do not need to follow them. In a mountain pass where travelers paused to rest, lived a boot repairer named André. He mended worn soles and torn leather. André noticed that people often apologized for the condition of their boots. "They've carried me far," they would say. André nodded. That's what they're for. Over time, he stopped judging wear as damage. It was evidence of movement. Letting go is reframing wear as proof of living. We do not need to preserve ourselves untouched. In a quiet lakeside village, a bell polisher named Margot cared for a single bell in a small tower. She polished it weekly, keeping it bright. One winter, illness kept her away. The bell dulled slightly. When she returned, she found the sound unchanged. Margot polished less often after that. Letting go is realizing what truly affects what we value. Much effort goes toward what does not matter. As the night deepens further, even curiosity softens. We are not looking for meaning now. In a crowded quarter of a large town lived a spice seller named Hamid. His stall was filled with colors and scents. Hamid once tried to control every mixture precisely. He worried about consistency. Over time, he noticed customers returned for the feeling more than the flavor. He began to trust his senses instead of his measures. Letting go can be trusting what has already learned through living. We do not start from nothing each day. In a northern village where snow muted sound, lived a window cleaner named Svea. She cleaned large panes that reflected pale skies. Svea once felt uneasy when snow fell immediately after she finished her work. What was the point? She wondered. An elderly neighbor named Leaf watched her one morning. "Windows, like being cleaned," he said, "even if only for a while." Svea smiled and kept working. Letting go is accepting that effort does not need permanence to be worthwhile. Moments can be complete even when brief. As the night continues, awareness feels softer, wider. Nothing needs to be sharpened. In a seaside workshop, a compass maker named Thales crafted instruments for sailors. He tested each one carefully. Thales once feared inaccuracy above all else. But sailors returned with stories. The compass pointed true. They said, even when the sea did not. Thales understood then that guidance does not guarantee ease. Letting go is knowing that tools support us, but do not control outcomes. We can prepare without predicting. In a rural town square, a benchmaker named Lucero built simple wooden benches. People rested on them briefly, then moved on. Lucero once watched to see how long people stayed. He worried if they left too quickly. Eventually, he stopped watching. The benches were still used. Letting go is releasing the need to monitor results. We offer what we offer, and life meets it as it can. As listening becomes less deliberate, even the idea of following a story may fade. This is natural. In a wind-swept plain lived a kite repairer named Odette. She patched tears and replaced spars. Odette once felt sadness when kites returned broken. Later, she began to ask where they had flown. Stories replaced regret. Letting go turns loss into curiosity. In a stone quarry town, a chisel sharpener named Pavelin worked quietly. He sharpened tools others would use to break rock. He once worried his work was invisible. One day, a sculptor thanked him for the smoothness of a cut. Pavelin felt complete without needing recognition again. Letting go is releasing the hunger to be seen. Our work exists whether it is noticed or not. As the night stretches on, there is a growing sense of neutrality. Not dullness, but balance. In a fishing hamlet, a buoy painter named Roshan repainted markers each season. Storms often erased his work. Roshan painted anyway. When asked why, he said, "The sea reads color while it's there." Letting go is offering help without demanding it last. In a quiet attic studio, a paper cutter named Elsbethra shaped intricate patterns. She discarded many attempts. Over time, she learned not to mourn each discarded sheet. The movement of cutting mattered more. Letting go is valuing process without clinging to product. As the night deepens further, words themselves feel less important. Meaning drifts beneath them. In a small harbor, a tide recorder named Joaquin marked levels daily. He once felt anxious when tides surprised him. Eventually, he recorded without expectation. The water did what it did. Letting go is meeting reality without argument. In a village surrounded by reeds, a basket weaver named Sonia worked with grasses that bent easily. She learned quickly that stiff reeds broke. Flexible ones held. Letting go is choosing flexibility over force. As we remain here, there is no sense of reaching the end of anything. The night does not move toward conclusions. in a quiet printing house, a press operator named Mirette set type each evening. She once worried about small errors. Later, she noticed readers rarely did. She relaxed her grip. Letting go is recognizing how much is already forgiven. As listening fades in and out, there is nothing to correct. In a hillside town, a rain gauge keeper named Thomasel measured rainfall daily. He once worried during dry spells. Over time, he learned patience. Rain came when it came. Letting go is trusting cycles larger than ourselves. The night holds all of this without asking us to respond. There is nothing to take forward, nothing to resolve. Whatever has loosened will continue loosening on its own. And whatever still holds on may rest for now, without pressure, as the night carries us quietly onward. The night feels settled now, like a lake after the wind has passed. Letting go is no longer something we are learning. It is something that has been happening quietly, without needing our agreement. In a village built along a winding canal, there lived a lock keeper named Branco. Each day, Branco opened and closed the gates to guide boats through changing water levels. He took his work seriously. He watched carefully, adjusting levers with precision. When a boat scraped the side of the lock one afternoon, Branco felt a familiar tightening. He replayed the moment in his mind, searching for where he had gone wrong. The boat continued on, barely marked. An old boatman named Yvette looked back and waved. "It happens," she called. "Water moves." Branco stood alone for a moment, listening to the slow churn of the canal. That evening, he noticed how the water never blamed itself. It adjusted and flowed. Letting go can be as simple as allowing movement without assigning fault. We spend so much energy reviewing what has already passed through us. As the night deepens, reviewing becomes less interesting. The mind grows tired of carrying old footage. In a hillside town where laundry lines crossed between houses, lived a fabric dyer named Selena. She worked with natural pigments, accepting that colors would vary. At first, Selena struggled with inconsistency. One batch darker, another lighter. She tried to control every variable, growing frustrated. One day, a customer named Pietro held two scarves side by side. "They look like sisters," he said, "not twins." Selena laughed, surprised by relief. Letting go is accepting variation without seeing it as error. Life does not repeat itself precisely, and it does not need to. In a remote coastal outpost lived a signal flag keeper named Harlan. He raised and lowered flags to communicate with passing ships. Harlan once worried about missed signals, What if someone misunderstood? Over time, he noticed that ships adjusted. They slowed. They changed course. Communication did not collapse because it was imperfect. Letting go is trusting that understanding finds its way, even without exactness. As the night continues, understanding feels less urgent anyway. In a high plateau village, a stone stacker named Evo arranged cairns to mark paths. Wind and weather often knocked them down. At first, Evo rebuilt them immediately. Later, he rebuilt only some. Travelers still found their way. Letting go is realizing we do not need to reinforce everything constantly. The world is more navigable than we fear. In a quiet town square, a lamplighter named Seraphine lit oil lamps each evening. She enjoyed the ritual, the soft glow. One night, she lit fewer lamps than usual. The square felt different, but not unsafe. People gathered anyway. Seraphine noticed how light does not need to be complete to be enough. Letting go is allowing partial illumination. We do not need to see everything clearly at once. As the hours stretch on, attention floats rather than focuses. In a forest settlement, a mushroom gatherer named Kolya learned which ones to leave behind. At first, he gathered too much, fearing scarcity. Later, he gathered what he needed. The forest remained generous. Letting go can be trusting abundance without hoarding. We hold tightly when we are afraid there will not be enough of time, of rest, of meaning. The night offers quiet reassurance without speaking. In a riverside studio, a watercolorist named Amrita painted landscapes that bled softly at the edges. She once tried to control every line. The water resisted. Eventually, Amrita worked with it instead of against it. The paintings breathed. Letting go is collaboration rather than dominance. We are not alone in shaping our lives. As listening softens, the sense of effort fades even more. In a northern fishing town, a net float carver named Bjorn shaped wooden buoys. He once believed symmetry mattered most. After years at sea, he learned balance mattered more. Some buoys were uneven but stable. Letting go is prioritizing what works over what looks right. We confuse appearance with function more often than we notice. In a sunlit courtyard, a broom maker named Rosario bundled twigs into simple tools. He replaced them often. Rosario once felt wasteful. Then he noticed the swept ground did not remember old brooms. Clean was clean. Letting go is understanding when replacement is natural, not careless. In a town known for long conversations, a tea brewer named Leon prepared pots for guests. She once worried about serving the perfect cup. Over time, she noticed guests relaxed more when she relaxed. The tea tasted warmer. Letting go is realizing our ease often matters more than our precision. As the night moves deeper still, ease becomes the dominant tone. In a desert caravan stop, a tent mender named Hafiz patched fabric torn by travel. He did not expect the tents to last forever. When asked why he worked carefully anyway, he said, "Because they still have places to go." Letting go is caring without demanding permanence. In a cliffside village, a stair builder named Edda repaired stone steps carved long ago. Some stones could not be replaced. She stabilized them instead. People walked carefully. Letting go is adapting rather than insisting on restoration. We often want things to be as they were, instead of usable as they are. In a lowland town, a raincoat maker named Mikhail stitched garments meant to face weather. He once felt frustrated when coats wore thin. Later, he appreciated the creases. "They show where people have been," he said. Letting go is valuing evidence of use. Life leaves marks. That is not a failure. As listening grows intermittent, nothing feels missing. In a mountain monastery, a bell rope braider named Sunita twisted cords for daily ringing. She once worried when ropes frayed. Then she learned to replace them before breaking. Letting go is planning for endings without fear. Endings do not have to surprise us. In a coastal village, a foghorn tuner named Pascal listened carefully each morning. Some days the sound carried far. Other days, it did not. Pascal stopped adjusting for distance. "The fog decides," he said. Letting go is accepting limits of influence. We can prepare, but we cannot command conditions. As the night settles into its deepest hours, even acceptance feels effortless. In a small city park, a bench restorer named Viola sanded and oiled wood. She once worried when benches were scratched again. Then she noticed people sat anyway. Letting go is understanding function over appearance. People come to rest, not to admire polish. In a harbor warehouse, a crate labeler named Arjun marked destinations on boxes. He once worried about errors. Over time, he learned that boxes were rerouted, corrected, found, systems adjusted. Letting go is trusting processes larger than our part. We do our piece, and then we release it. In a quiet suburb, a sidewalk chalk artist named Nuria drew patterns that washed away with rain. She once felt sadness watching them disappear. Later, she enjoyed the act more than the result. Letting go is shifting attention from outcome to experience. As the night continues its slow work, experience itself becomes enough. In a hillside town, a roof tile sorter named Domenico separated cracked from whole pieces. He once tried to salvage everything. Eventually, he learned some cracks were structural. He used those tiles elsewhere. Letting go is placing things where they fit rather than forcing them. In a river delta, a reed flute maker named Salma shaped instruments from plants that dried quickly. She worked patiently, knowing some would split. The music came anyway. Letting go is understanding that creation includes loss. Loss does not negate what is made. In a quiet archive, a document folder named Eliseo arranged papers that would rarely be read. He once felt his work pointless. Later, he felt peace in order itself. Letting go is releasing the need for constant relevance. Some things simply keep the world coherent. As the night grows even quieter, coherence feels less necessary too. In a coastal wind farm, a vain painter named Katerina refreshed directional markers. She once felt frustrated when paint faded. Wind still turned the veins. Letting go is recognizing what continues without adornment. In a rural clinic, a waiting room cleaner named Otavia arranged chairs each night. She once worried when they were moved again by morning. Then she realized that meant they were used. Letting go is valuing use over arrangement. As listening becomes optional now, the stories feel like distant companions rather than messages. In a hillside quarry, a dust sweeper named Lionel cleared stone dust daily. He once wondered why it returned so quickly. Then he saw it meant work was happening. Letting go is reframing repetition as continuity. In a small marina, a tide clock caretaker named Juniper adjusted hands that never matched the sea exactly. She stopped correcting minor differences. The boat still floated. Letting go is releasing the need for exact alignment. The night does not require precision. In a quiet village library, a bookmark maker named Rena folded simple paper markers. She once worried they would be lost. They always were. Readers returned for more. Letting go is accepting transience as part of service. As we remain here together, the sense of holding has thinned to almost nothing. Nothing needs to be resolved. Nothing needs to be remembered. The night carries all of this easily, without effort, without demand. And whatever is still held can rest for now, knowing it does not have to be released all at once. The night is patient. The night feels almost weightless now, as if it is carrying itself. Letting go is no longer something we notice happening. It is simply the way things are arranged when effort has stepped aside. In a coastal town where the tide reached the same stones each day, there lived a stone smoother named Callisto. He selected rough stones from the shore and shaped them by hand, rubbing away sharp edges. Callisto once believed his work finished what the sea had begun. He felt proud when a stone felt perfectly smooth. One afternoon, a child named Inez picked up a stone Callisto had just finished and tossed it back into the water. Callisto felt a flash of irritation, then watched as the stone disappeared beneath a wave. Later, he realized the sea would continue the work whether he approved or not. Letting go is seeing ourselves as part of a process rather than its conclusion. We do not have to complete what is already ongoing. As the night continues, even the idea of process feels gentle, unforced. In a hillside town known for its long stairways lived a handrail carver named Elvira. She shaped wooden rails that guided people up and down steep paths. Elvira once worried when her carvings wore smooth from touch. The details faded. A passerby named Nico rested his hand on a rail and said, "This one feels kind." Elvira smiled, understanding that touch had finished what carving began. Letting go is allowing use to transform what we make. Things live fully when they are worn by life. In a marshland village, a reed cutter named Balthazar harvested plants each season. He once cut carefully, leaving perfect rows. Over time, he noticed birds preferred irregular patches. He began to cut less precisely. The marsh grew louder with life. Letting go is making room for what we did not plan. The world fills that space willingly. As listening softens, plans lose their sharp edges. In a mountain inn, a window shutter repairer named Fiorella worked quietly during daylight hours. She fixed hinges that squeaked in the wind. She once felt compelled to silence every sound. One stormy night, she listened as shutters rattled gently and felt comforted. The building was alive. Letting go is accepting sound where we expected silence. Peace does not always mean stillness. In a riverside quarter, a chalkboard cleaner named Tommaso erased menus each evening. He once felt strange wiping away words so quickly written. A cook named Ria told him, "Tomorrow will taste different." Tommaso erased more lightly after that. Letting go is allowing freshness to arrive by making space. Nothing new fits where the old insists on staying. As the night deepens, space itself feels generous. In a high desert town, a well cover maker named Sabella crafted lids to protect water sources. She worried endlessly about cracks. An elder named Murad told her, "The well has survived worse." Sabella trusted the earth more after that. Letting go is trusting resilience beyond our vigilance. We are not the only guardians. In a lakeside village, a reflection photographer named Ilario captured images of water surfaces. He waited for perfect stillness. One morning, wind rippled the lake endlessly. Ilario photographed anyway. The image felt alive. Letting go is capturing movement instead of waiting for stillness. Life rarely pauses on request. As the night moves on, waiting itself loosens. In a quiet orchard, a ladder builder named Valeska repaired old ladders used for harvesting. She once tried to make them flawless. Farmers asked only that they be steady. Valeska stopped sanding extra splinters and focused on balance. Letting go is choosing usefulness over refinement. Enough is often already enough. In a small coastal chapel, a pew straightener named Laurentia aligned benches each morning. She once felt unsettled when people shifted them. Later, she noticed the benches moved toward warmth and conversation. She straightened them less often. Letting go is allowing human presence to rearrange order. Order that adapts remains alive. As the night grows quieter, adaptation feels natural. In a river, crossing town, a stepping stone placer named Andrzej positioned stones carefully. Floods rearranged them each year. Andrzej used to resist this. Eventually, he learned to place stones expecting change. Travelers adjusted their steps. Letting go is building with impermanence in mind. Nothing needs to last forever to be useful now. In a windswept plateau, a weather vane balancer named Mireia adjusted metal arms that pointed toward the wind. She once worried when they spun too freely. Then she realized that was their purpose. Letting go is allowing responsiveness instead of rigidity. Life responds better than it obeys. As listening drifts, words feel lighter. In a harbor town, a knot inspector named Ptolemy checked ropes before voyages. He once feared every knot might fail. Sailors trusted their hands. Ptolemy learned to trust them too. Letting go is sharing responsibility. We do not carry everything alone. In a hillside cemetery, a path raker named Ansel kept gravel smooth between stones. He once worried about footprints. Later, he saw footprints as evidence of remembrance. He raked gently, leaving some marks. Letting go is allowing traces of care to remain. Perfection can erase presence. As the night continues, presence is enough. In a forest clearing, a firewood stacker named Leora arranged logs neatly. Wind and animals disturbed them. Leora rebuilt patiently, without frustration. The warmth still came. Letting go is understanding the purpose beneath the arrangement. Structure serves function, not the other way around. In a riverside studio, a mosaic grout mixer named Calum filled gaps between tiles. He once focused only on alignment. Later, he noticed how grout softened differences. Letting go is embracing what connects rather than what separates. Edges matter less than continuity. As the night deepens further, continuity feels soothing. In a coastal town, a tide bell tester named Rosmila rang bells to warn of changing water levels. Sometimes the bell rang unnecessarily. No one complained. Better early than exact. Letting go is releasing the need to be perfectly timed. Care can be approximate. In a farming village, a scarecrow tailor named Jarek patched figures in the fields. He once worried when birds perched on them. "They like the company," a farmer said. Letting go is accepting that control is never absolute. Life negotiates. As listening fades in and out, negotiation feels natural. In a city courtyard, a fountain nozzle cleaner named Perdita maintained water flow. She once panicked when spray patterns shifted. Then she noticed children laughing more. Letting go is allowing joy to reconfigure plans. We do not have to correct everything. In a rural post office, a stamp soaker named Renata removed old stamps from reused envelopes. She once felt rushed. Later, she enjoyed the slow reveal beneath paper. Letting go is finding ease in repetition. Repetition can be restful. As the night continues, rest becomes the underlying tone. In a seaside workshop, a hull patcher named Yaroslav sealed cracks in small boats. He once blamed himself when water returned. Then he understood the sea tests everything. Letting go is accepting that maintenance is ongoing. Completion is temporary. In a mountain hamlet, a snow fence installer named Ilsa set barriers each winter. Storms knocked them down. She reinstalled without resentment. The drifts were gentler. Letting go is working with conditions, not against them. As the night settles further, conditions feel less threatening. In a quiet alley, a lantern wick trimmer named Favio adjusted flames nightly. He once worried about uneven light. Later, he enjoyed the shadows. Letting go is appreciating contrast. Uniformity is not required for comfort. As listening becomes almost effortless, effort itself seems unnecessary. In a harbor, a rope coil arranger named Sidra stacked lines neatly. They tangled again by morning. She stopped perfecting the coils. The rope still worked. Letting go is releasing the need to leave things exactly as we wish. The world will have its turn. In a meadow village, A fence latch oiler named Corbin eased squeaks daily. He once worried when hinges rusted again. Then he saw rust as time speaking. Letting go is listening rather than correcting. Time has its own voice. As the night moves deeper still, voices soften. In a hillside observatory, a dome cleaner named Aurelian wiped dust from glass. He once worried when clouds blocked the view. Later, he watched clouds themselves. Letting go is changing what we call the view. Beauty shifts. In a quiet printing shed, a paper weight placer named Danica set stones to keep sheets from blowing away. She once chased every flutter. Later, she let some pages move. The work continued. Letting go is choosing where attention goes. We do not have to chase everything. As the night continues to carry us, there is very little left to do. Nothing needs to be held firmly now. Nothing needs to be solved. Whatever remains can remain. Whatever loosens can loosen. The night is already doing what it knows how to do. The night has grown so gentle that even the idea of night feels unnecessary. Letting go now is not an action or a thought. It is simply the way things rest when they are no longer being asked to be different. In a low valley where fog settled early, there lived a bridge plank replacer named Aurelio. He walked the length of the bridge each morning, listening for hollow sounds beneath his feet. Aurelio once believed every weak plank was urgent. He replaced them quickly, sometimes before they truly needed it. Over time, he learned the sound of patience. Some planks creaked but held. Some needed time before they revealed themselves. Letting go was learning to listen without rushing to fix. We often hurry because discomfort feels like danger. But not every sound means collapse. As the hours pass, urgency loosens its hold. In a seaside village where ropes were dyed in large vats, lived a color tester named Maribelda. She dipped samples carefully, comparing shades against memory. Maribelda once chased exact matches. She felt unsettled when hues drifted slightly. One day, she realized the sea itself changed color hourly. No rope could stay the same forever. She began to accept variation as continuity. Letting go is recognizing change as part of sameness. We look for stability where movement already exists. As listening drifts, sameness and difference feel less opposed. In a mountain outpost, a trail marker painter named Inigo refreshed symbols along narrow paths. Snow erased them regularly. At first, Inigo felt defeated by this. Then he noticed travelers reading the land itself. Markers were helpful, not essential. Letting go is understanding support without dependency. We offer guidance, not guarantees. As the night continues, guidance arrives quietly. In a river-bend town, a boat slip greaser named Thora kept wooden tracks smooth. She once worried when boats scraped despite her care. Later, she saw scraping as part of arrival. Letting go is allowing contact without harm. Life brushes against us constantly. As listening grows softer, contact feels less abrasive. In a hillside hamlet, a wind chime tuner named Calandra adjusted hanging tones. She once tried to make them ring in harmony at all times. But wind had its own preferences. She loosened the knots slightly. The chimes sounded more alive. Letting go is loosening control enough to let response happen. We are not meant to script every sound. In a forest town, a path leaf clearer named Rurik swept fallen leaves each morning. He once felt frustrated by how quickly they returned. Then he noticed how footsteps sounded better on leaves. He swept less often. Letting go is learning when accumulation adds softness. Not everything that gathers needs removal. As the night deepens, softness becomes more noticeable. In a harbor district, a tide chart copier named Celine transcribed tables by hand. She once worried about small errors. Then she learned sailors adjusted instinctively. Her charts were a starting point, not an answer. Letting go is releasing the need to be exact. Accuracy supports, but does not replace experience. As listening fades in and out, experience carries itself. In a rural square, a well pulley repairer named Tomasinai fixed squeaks that echoed loudly. She once rushed to silence them. Later, she enjoyed how sound signaled water rising. Letting go is hearing information instead of irritation. Noise often carries meaning before annoyance. In a cliffside town, a rope ladder inspector named Halvor checked rungs each week. He once feared being blamed for accidents. Then he realized responsibility was shared. Climbers chose their steps. Letting go is releasing imagined burdens. We are responsible, but not alone. As the night settles further, aloneness feels less real. In a quiet delta, a reed mat dryer named Zofia laid woven mats in the sun. She once panicked when rain arrived unexpectedly. Later, she saw rain soften fibers. The mats dried differently, not worse. Letting go is allowing conditions to contribute. Not all help looks planned. As listening continues gently, plans feel less rigid. In a mountain town, a bell rope washer named Emmerich cleaned cords stained by use. He once scrubbed until fibers weakened. Then he learned when to stop. Clean enough was enough. Letting go is knowing the point beyond which care becomes damage. We can overdo even kindness. As the night grows quieter, moderation feels natural. In a lakeside village, a dock plank numberer named Annetta marked boards for replacement schedules. She once checked lists constantly. Later, she trusted her eye. The dock remained safe. Letting go is trusting lived knowledge. We do not forget what matters most. In a narrow canyon settlement, a water channel watcher named Pelayo observed flow daily. He once worried during slow seasons. Then he noticed the channel resting. Flow returned when it was ready. Letting go is trusting rhythms beyond impatience. The night understands this deeply. In a city workshop, a gear oil mixer named Sabino blended lubricants for machines. He once chased perfect ratios. Eventually, he learned machines forgave small differences. They cared more about consistency than perfection. Letting go is serving function over theory. Life works with approximations. As listening drifts further, theory dissolves. In a forest edge village, a bark peeler named Nyla removed outer layers from fallen trees. She once felt sad exposing inner wood. Later, she saw how the grain emerged. Letting go is revealing what was always there. Sometimes protection hides beauty. In a harbor town, a mooring stone aligner named Corso adjusted heavy anchors. Storms shifted them anyway. Corso stopped insisting on straight lines. Ships still held. Letting go is accepting crooked stability. Not everything strong looks orderly. As the night deepens, order feels less necessary. In a pasture village, a gate latch tester named Mircha opened and closed gates daily. He once feared forgetting. Later, he trusted sound and feel. The latch spoke. Letting go is listening to feedback instead of schedules. The body and world communicate constantly. In a snowy upland town, a boot peg carver named Liesel made wooden pegs for drying footwear. She once worried when pegs snapped. Then she saw boots still dried. Not every support must endure. Letting go is accepting temporary usefulness. Some things serve briefly and fully. As the night continues, usefulness itself feels enough. In a riverside city, a current flag replacer named Yona refreshed markers that showed flow direction. Floods tore them away. Yona replaced them calmly. People watch the water anyway. Letting go is providing help without attachment to its survival. Help is offered, not enforced. As listening becomes almost transparent, effort disappears. In a hilltop observatory, a lens cap maker named Soren shaped covers for delicate glass. He once worried about dust. Then he noticed astronomers cleaned lenses anyway. His caps were one layer of care, not the whole. Letting go is recognizing partial contribution. We do our part, and others do theirs. In a fishing village, a net weight sorter named Paloma arranged stones by size. She once stressed over uniformity. Later, she used varied weights. The nets behaved better. Letting go is allowing diversity to stabilize. Uniformity can be fragile. As the night deepens further, fragility feels acceptable. In a quiet chapel yard, a leaf path marker named Orin placed stones to guide walkers. Leaves covered them often. Walkers still followed instinct. Letting go is trusting innate direction. We are less lost than we think. In a workshop near the sea, a sail seam chalker named Iveta marked lines for stitching. She once erased carefully afterward. Later, she left faint marks. They washed out at sea. Letting go is allowing time to finish what we begin. We do not need to clean everything ourselves. As the night holds us, time feels like an ally. In a rural granary, a grain chute smoother named Davor sanded channels so grain would flow easily. He once worried about scratches. Grain moved anyway. Letting go is focusing on movement, not appearance. Flow matters more than finish. As listening continues softly, flow becomes the main feeling. In a village square, a flag fold arranger named Kezia folded banners after festivals. She once mourned their quiet. Later, she appreciated rest between colors. Letting go is honoring pause. Celebration and rest need each other. As the night settles into its deepest quiet, there is nothing left to adjust. Nothing needs improvement. Whatever understanding has come quietly, without being asked. Whatever remains unclear no longer needs to be clarified. We can remain here or drift further into rest. Letting go does not require completion. It only requires enough softness for the night to continue on its own. The night has thinned to a hush that does not need to be filled. Letting go now feels like the space between one sound and the next, where nothing asks to be named. In a coastal inlet, where boats rested at odd angles, there lived a keel cleaner named Marzio. He scraped barnacles from hulls each morning, working steadily along curved wood. Marzio once felt anxious when barnacles returned quickly. He believed good work should last. An old skipper named Elspeth watched him one day and said, "They come back because the boat is alive." Marzio smiled and kept scraping, no longer expecting permanence. Letting go is recognizing signs of life where we once saw failure. As the night goes on, expectations loosen without effort. In a hill country town, a roof moss trimmer named Cillian climbed ladders after rain. He once removed every trace of green. Over time, he noticed moss cooled the houses in summer. He began trimming less, leaving small patches. Letting go is allowing coexistence rather than elimination. Not every difference needs correction. As listening drifts, correction feels unnecessary. In a river port, a cargo tally marker named Saffron marked crates with chalk. Rain washed marks away before ships arrived. At first, Saffron felt frustrated. Later, she saw dockhands recount easily. Her marks were helpful, not essential. Letting go is trusting others to fill gaps. We are part of a larger weave. In a forest village, a footbridge rope tightener named Halima adjusted lines weekly. She once tightened them until they sang. An elder named Torin suggested she loosen them slightly. They last longer when they can move, he said. Letting go is making room for flexibility. Rigidity breaks under pressure. As the night deepens, pressure dissolves. In a market alley, a stall awning roller named Dax folded canvas at dusk. He once worried about perfect folds. Eventually, he focused on keeping rain out. The canvas wrinkled and still worked. Letting go is prioritizing shelter over appearance. Function comforts more than form. In a high meadow settlement, a spring box cleaner named Ione cleared debris from water inlets. She once cleaned obsessively. Then she noticed how small leaves slowed the flow just enough to filter it. She left some. Letting go is learning what not to remove. Care includes restraint. As listening softens, restraint feels natural. In a harbor town, a signal mirror polisher named Remy shined reflective plates used in sunlight. Cloudy days made them useless. Remy used to worry. Then he enjoyed polishing anyway. The mirrors waited. Letting go is accepting readiness without insistence. Not everything needs immediate use. In a hillside quarry, a stone chip sweeper named Lieselotte cleared paths each evening. She once erased every fragment. Later, she left small chips to mark edges. People walked more safely. Letting go is allowing helpful traces to remain. Cleanliness is not the same as clarity. As the night stretches, clarity arises on its own. In a coastal village, a fish crate washer named Nerio rinsed boxes at dawn. He once worried about lingering smells. The sea took care of that. Letting go is trusting natural cleaners. Time and elements collaborate with us. In a mountain pass town, a snow pole painter named Yara refreshed tall markers. Wind scoured paint quickly. Yara stopped repainting mid-season. Travelers still read the poles by shape. Letting go is understanding that signs are more than color. Meaning survives where, as listening ebbs, survival feels assured. In a river delta hamlet, a ferry bench oiler named Bram treated wood monthly. He once panicked when benches dried again. Later, he oiled less often. People sat comfortably. Letting go is matching effort to need. Excess care can crowd ease. In a small observatory village, a star chart pin placer named Odelia marked points on boards for visitors. She once worried about accuracy. Then she noticed visitors gazed upward anyway. Her pins guided curiosity, not certainty. Letting go is inviting wonder instead of delivering answers. The night welcomes this. In a coastal shed, a buoy chain greaser named Fenton worked methodically. Rust returned between tides. Fenton learned to grease lightly and often. Not everything needs fixing all at once. Letting go is pacing ourselves. We are not behind. As the night deepens, pacing slows. In a lakeside town, a pier lantern refiller named Mireya Soul topped lamps weekly. Sometimes oil remained unused. She stopped draining it. The light stayed warm. Letting go is allowing surplus. Enough does not have to be exact. In a woodland clearing, a footpath stone nudger named Cohen adjusted rocks with his boot. He once sought straight lines. Later, he followed contours. Walking felt easier. Letting go is aligning with terrain. Life offers guidance through resistance. As listening softens further, guidance feels internal. In a market town, a bellows mender named Isabel patched leather for forges. She once mourned each crack. Then she appreciated the heat those bellows had endured. Letting go is honoring endurance. Marx tells stories. In a seaside village, a tide pool monitor named Cassio watched levels change daily. He once worried about low tides. Then he noticed creatures adapting. Letting go is trusting adaptation. Life responds creatively. As the night continues, creativity feels everywhere. In a hillside orchard, a fruit ladder stabilizer named Rowanette placed wedges beneath rungs. She once worried about perfection. Later, she focused on steadiness. Harvests continued. Letting go is choosing safety over ideality. Good enough keeps us moving. In a canal city, a lock chain counterweight adjuster named Pietrova balanced mechanisms. She once sought exact balance. Later, she allowed slight drift. The gates still moved smoothly. Letting go is tolerating small imbalances. Perfection is not required for flow. As listening grows thin, flow carries us. In a prairie settlement, a windbreak panel turner named Axel rotated boards seasonally. He once resisted leaving gaps. Then he learned gaps reduced strain. Letting go is designing for give. Strength includes yielding. In a coastal monastery, a walkway sand spreader named Nyx laid grit after storms. She once covered every inch. Later, she focused on corners. People walked carefully regardless. Letting go is targeting care where it matters most. Attention is a resource. As the night deepens, resources feel ample. In a mountain village, a wood stove ash raker named Seema cleared embers each morning. She once worried about leftover heat. Then she used it to warm water. Letting go is reusing what remains. Endings carry beginnings. In a riverside town, a bridge echo listener named Ravel timed footfalls. He once worried about changes in sound. Later, he recognized new patterns. Letting go is learning new cues. Change teaches quietly. As listening drifts, teaching feels complete. In a harbor, a rope-end fuser named Althea sealed frayed tips. She once fused every end. Later, she left some to soften knots. Letting go is understanding when roughness helps. Smooth is not always better. In a sunlit valley, a shadow marker mover named Joran adjusted sundials. Clouds interrupted. Joran waited without frustration. Time continued. Letting go is trusting continuity beyond visibility. The night practices this perfectly. In a small town hall, a floor runner straightener named Vika aligned carpets after meetings. She once worried about wrinkles. Then she noticed people stopped tripping. Wrinkles remained. Letting go is valuing outcomes over aesthetics. Comfort counts. As the night settles deeper, comfort arrives. In a coastal cliff village, a stair algae scraper named Mendel cleared steps monthly. He once scraped daily. Later, he learned algae returned gently. Grip remained. Letting go is reducing unnecessary effort. Energy conserved is kindness. In a woodland hamlet, a gatepost shorer named Eileen braced leaning posts. She once aimed for upright. Later, she aimed for stable. The gates swung freely. Letting go is redefining success. Success can be quiet. As listening fades in and out, quiet prevails. In a river town, a silt gauge reader named Tamsin checked levels after rains. She once panicked at spikes. Later, she tracked trends. The river settled. Letting go is seeing patterns rather than moments. The night reveals patterns easily. In a coastal yard, a net cork replacer named Joelette swapped floats as needed. She once replaced them all. Later, she replaced only the light ones. The nets fished well. Letting go is intervening selectively. Wisdom economizes effort. As the night grows very still, wisdom feels simple. In a hillside workshop, a hinge pin aligner named Zdena tapped metal gently. She once chased straightness. Later, she chased smooth motion. Doors opened quietly. Letting go is choosing movement over alignment. Life prefers motion. In a lakeside town, a dock rope dampener named Ulrich fitted sleeves to reduce wear. He once covered every rope. Later, he covered those under strain. Letting go is paying attention to stress points. Care becomes precise when we relax, as listening thins to almost nothing. Relaxation carries us. In a quiet courtyard, a rain chain untangler named Maricel freed lynx after storms. She once hurried. Later, she enjoyed the patience. Water fell anyway. Letting go is savoring unhurried tasks. Time expands when we stop pushing it. In a mountain shelter, a blanket shakeout named Peony aired wool after use. She once worried about creases. Warmth returned regardless. Letting go is trusting comfort. As the night nears its deepest calm, there is little left to hold. Stories feel like echoes now, already absorbed. Nothing here needs to be taken forward. Whatever has softened will continue to soften. Whatever remains can rest without pressure. The night is wide enough to hold all of it, quietly, without asking anything in return. The night has settled into a steady hush, the kind that does not invite attention, only acceptance. Letting go now is not something we remember to do. It is something the night does for us. The way hands relax when sleep approaches. In a small town beside a slow canal, there lived a water wheel keeper named Thomasin. Each morning, Thomasin checked the wheel for debris and listened to its turning. The wheel powered a mill that ground grain for the village. In his early years, Thomasin worried constantly. If the wheel slowed, if the sound changed, if the water level dipped even slightly, he felt responsible. He stayed late, adjusting and readjusting, unable to leave the wheel alone. One evening, after a long day, Thomasin fell asleep beside the canal. When he woke, the wheel was still turning, just as it always had. Nothing had gone wrong in his absence. From then on, Thomasin still cared for the wheel, but he no longer hovered. He learned the difference between attention and control. Letting go is discovering that care does not require constant presence. As the night moves on, presence becomes softer, less insistent. In a hillside village, where narrow paths curved between stone walls, lived a gate latch listener named Etta Lise. She opened and closed gates all day, listening for faults. At first, every squeak worried her. She oiled, tightened, replaced. Over time, she noticed some gates simply spoke louder. They still worked. She learned to hear function beneath noise. Letting go is learning which signals matter. Not every sound is a warning. As listening loosens, the mind stops scanning for problems. In a coastal hamlet, a sale number painter named Nestorine refreshed markings on boats each season. She once felt anxious when numbers faded unevenly. Then a fisherman told her, "I recognize my boat without numbers." She smiled and painted more lightly after that. Letting go is trusting recognition over labels. We know more than we think. In a river town, a bridge lantern warden named Corrado lit lamps at dusk. Some evenings, fog dimmed their glow. Corrado once tried to add more lamps, more oil. Later, he accepted the fog. People crossed slowly, carefully. Letting go is allowing conditions to teach caution. Clarity is not the only guide. As the night deepens, guidance becomes intuitive. In a mountain workshop, a tool rack organizer named Isolde arranged hammers and chisels by size. She once felt uneasy when tools returned out of order. Eventually, she noticed that work still happened. Order was a preference, not a requirement. Letting go is releasing personal systems when they stop serving. The world does not collapse without our arrangements. In a marshland settlement, a footpath plank replacer named Otto Brahm checked boards after floods. He once replaced many at once. Later, he replaced only those that bent dangerously. People adjusted their steps. Letting go is trusting others to meet us halfway. We do not walk alone. As the night goes on, the sense of shared movement grows. In a town known for its long corridors, a floor waxer named Pilar worked quietly after hours. She once polished until surfaces shone brightly. Then she noticed reflections distracted walkers. She waxed to a soft mat. Letting go is understanding that less can support more ease. Excess often hides what is needed. In a seaside village, a tide rope marker named Isandro tied colored ribbons to show high water lines. Storms tore them away. He replaced them without frustration. "The water remembers," he said. Letting go is trusting memory beyond markers. Nature keeps its own records. As listening softens, memory feels less demanding. In a quiet, inland town, a windmill shutter adjuster named Rosalia checked panels each dawn. She once tightened every hinge. Later, she left some loose. The mill breathed with the wind. Letting go is allowing systems to respond naturally. Rigid things break first. In a stone quarry village, a dust mask mender named Pavlo repaired cloth coverings for workers. He once worried when masks wore thin. Then he noticed workers replacing them without complaint. Letting go is recognizing shared responsibility. We are supported even when we do not manage everything. As the night stretches, responsibility lightens. In a river-crossing town, a ferry bell ringer named Callista signaled departures. She once rang at precise times. Later, she rang when people were ready. Crossings felt calmer. Letting go is matching rhythm to reality. Time is flexible when we allow it. In a woodland clearing, a picnic table aligner named Jurek straightened benches after use. He once felt compelled to fix every angle. Later, he noticed laughter mattered more than symmetry. Letting go is valuing experience over arrangement. Joy rarely sits straight. As the night deepens, joy becomes quiet contentment. In a coastal city, a mooring rope counter named Selim tallied lines each morning. He once worried about discrepancies. Then he saw sailors adjusting instinctively. Numbers mattered less than feel. Letting go is trusting embodied knowledge. We carry wisdom in our hands. In a valley town, a rain gutter leaf remover named Madeline cleaned after storms. She once rushed to clear everything. Later, she noticed small leaves slowed water safely. She left some. Letting go is seeing usefulness in what we once removed. Not everything out of place is a problem. As listening becomes less deliberate, problem-solving fades. In a mountain hamlet, a stair tread checker named Anouk tested steps daily. She once feared missing something. Later, she trusted wear patterns. Steps showed where attention was needed. Letting go is reading signs already present. We do not have to invent signals. In a port town, a dock edge rope bumper named Ilhan fitted cushions to prevent scraping. He once patted every edge. Later, he patted only the busy ones. The docks held. Letting go is focusing care where it meets life. Care does not need to be everywhere. As the night continues, care becomes selective and kind. In a riverside village, a fishing rod rack maker named Teresa built simple holders. She once tried to make them elegant. Fishermen asked only that they be sturdy. She listened. Letting go is hearing what is actually asked. We often answer questions no one is asking. In a hillside town, A well-bucket rope dryer named Soren hung lines to dry in the sun. He once worried when rain dampened them again. Then he realized they would dry again. Letting go is trusting cycles. What returns will also pass. As the night deepens, cycles feel comforting. In a market district, a chalk price eraser named Lotta wiped boards nightly. She once felt sadness erasing a day's work. Then she saw space appear. Tomorrow needed room. Letting go is making space for what comes next. Space is not emptiness. It is readiness. In a quiet harbor, a boat name letter tracer named Guillaume refreshed fading paint. He once feared boats losing identity. Owners knew their boats by sound and feel. Letting go is trusting intimacy over symbols. We recognize what we love without labels. As listening fades in and out, love feels present without explanation. In a forest-edge town, a woodpile cover adjuster named Enya secured tarps before rain. She once worried when wind shifted them. Later, she accepted small gaps. The wood stayed dry enough. Letting go is accepting sufficiency. Enough protects more than perfection. In a canal city, a lock schedule copier named Bernat rewrote timetables weekly. He once panicked at delays. Then he noticed people waited calmly. Waiting was part of the crossing. Letting go is accepting pauses. Not all delays are obstacles. As the night grows quieter, pauses feel natural. In a coastal village, a net drying pole rotator named Palmyro turned poles to even sun exposure. He once measured angles carefully. Later, he rotated when it felt right. The nets dried. Letting go is trusting feel over measurement. The body knows timing. In a small town square, a fountain coin retriever named Lydia collected coins tossed by visitors. She once wondered about wishes. Then she enjoyed the sound of coins hitting water. Letting go is enjoying gesture without decoding meaning. Some acts are complete as they are. As listening grows thin, acts feel self-sufficient. In a mountain pass shelter, a boot scraper brush replacer named Kjell changed worn bristles. He once replaced them early. Later, he waited until they truly failed. Mud still came off. Letting go is allowing tools to finish their lives. Endings can be gentle. In a lakeside village, a dock ladder rung inspector named Mirabelle checked for looseness. She once tightened constantly. Later, she learned which rungs flexed safely. Letting go is distinguishing danger from discomfort. Not all movement is risk. As the night deepens, movement feels safe. In a rural library, a book cart wheel oiler named Hoshi maintained smooth rolling. He once worried when carts squeaked again. Later, he realized sound did not stop function. Letting go is accepting minor friction. Life moves with noise. In a harbor town, a buoy light shade adjuster named Svala angled covers to reduce glare. She once aimed for perfect symmetry. Later, she aimed for visibility. Boats navigated easily. Letting go is prioritizing clarity over appearance. Clarity comes from purpose. As listening softens, purpose feels simple. In a hillside village, a chimney draft checker named Oscarine tested airflow each season. She once feared smoke patterns. Later, she read them. Smoke taught her where to adjust. Letting go is learning from effects instead of resisting them. The world offers feedback constantly. In a riverside town, a footbridge plank edge rounder named Mael smoothed sharp corners. He once chased smoothness everywhere. Later, he focused on handrails. People held what mattered. Letting go is placing effort where contact happens. Care meets touch. As the night continues, touch feels distant but reassuring. In a coastal settlement, a tide calendar updater named Juiced marked changes on a wall chart. He once erased errors immediately. Later, he left them visible. Patterns emerged. Letting go is letting mistakes teach. Correction is not always erasure. As the night settles further, teaching feels complete. In a quiet courtyard, a windbell untangler named Fenya freed cords after storms. She once hurried. Later, she worked slowly, listening to bells as she freed them. Letting go is allowing time within tasks. Tasks do not need to be rushed. Now, in this quiet stretch of night, there is very little left to notice. The stories have grown faint, like distant lights seen through sleep. Nothing needs to be understood. Nothing needs to be remembered. Whatever has loosened will continue loosening, gently, without effort. And whatever still holds can rest here, without being asked to change. The night is already doing the work of letting go for us. The night has reached a point where it no longer feels like something we are inside of. It feels like something that is carrying us. Letting go now is not a thought. It is the absence of a need to think further. In a quiet river town where the current slowed near the banks, there lived a mooring post watcher named Elian. His job was simple. He walked the shoreline each evening, checking that posts were firm, that ropes were not cutting too deeply into the wood. When Elian was younger, he pulled on every rope to test it. He tightened knots that did not ask to be tightened. He worried about boats drifting away in the night One evening, he arrived late. Darkness had already settled, and he could not see clearly. He stood still for a moment, listening. The boats were there. The water moved as it always had. Nothing had changed because he was late. From that night on, Elian checked with his eyes more than his hands. He learned that some things do not need constant testing to remain true. Letting go is realizing that stability does not depend on our vigilance. As the night deepens, vigilance softens naturally. In a hillside village where roofs overlapped like scales, lived a tile sound listener named Ragna. After heavy rain, she walked slowly beneath the houses, listening for leaks. At first, every drip startled her. She marked ceilings, traced water paths, planned repairs immediately. Over time, she noticed that some drips stopped on their own. Water found its way out as easily as it found its way in. She learned to wait before worrying. Letting go is allowing time to reveal what truly needs attention. Urgency often fades when given space. As listening drifts, urgency loses its shape. In a port town, a knot teaching elder named Sirocco showed young sailors how to tie and untie ropes. He once corrected every mistake. Later, he watched quietly. Hands learned through repetition more than instruction. Letting go is trusting learning to happen without interference. Growth does not need commentary. In a market town, a weighing scale balancer named Verena adjusted brass weights each morning. She once chased perfect equilibrium. Then she noticed buyers and sellers leaned in, reading the scale together. Agreement mattered more than precision. Letting go is understanding that balance is shared. It is not something one person must achieve alone. As the night continues, sharing feels effortless. In a coastal village, a gull perch cleaner named Matteo II cleared posts where birds gathered. He once chased them away, annoyed by the mess. Later, he noticed fishermen watching the birds for signs of fish. He cleaned less and observed more. Letting go is recognizing usefulness where we once saw inconvenience. Life often speaks through what we resist. As listening softens, resistance loosens. In a valley town, a rain barrel lid turner named Helga rotated covers after storms. She once worried about evaporation, debris, loss. Then she noticed the barrels refilled regardless. Rain came when it came. Letting go is trusting replenishment. Scarcity is often imagined ahead of time. As the night stretches, imagination grows quieter. In a canal city, a boat hook returner named Nino placed tools back on racks each evening. he once scolded those who forgot. Later, he noticed hooks returned eventually. Work had its own rhythm. Letting go is allowing rhythm instead of enforcing routine. Life keeps time differently than schedules. In a forest edge hamlet, a bark path softener named Tilda spread mulch along walkways. She once aimed for even coverage. Later, she followed foot traffic. Paths revealed themselves. Letting go is letting use define form. We do not need to decide everything in advance. As the night deepens, decisions feel unnecessary. In a riverside town, a current whistle tester named Arvo checked warning whistles along bridges. He once worried when sound carried unevenly. Wind shifted it. People listened anyway. Letting go is accepting variability. Consistency is comforting, but not required. In a hillside village, a Garden Gate Creek listener named Mirette listened for changes. She once oiled hinges constantly. Later, she realized the creek warned of closing gates. Sound became information, not irritation. Letting go is reinterpreting signals. The world communicates in many languages. As listening becomes less focused, communication feels ambient. In a coastal plain, a fish drying rack adjuster named Tomasello turned frames toward the sun. He once measured angles carefully. Later, he watched shadows. The fish dried. Letting go is trusting observation over calculation. The body knows when to act. In a mountain town, a snowmelt channel clearer named Ivana swept paths in spring. She once hurried to clear everything. Later, she allowed small streams to find their way. Paths dried naturally. Letting go is letting water teach direction. Nature resolves what we overthink. As the night moves on, overthinking dissolves. In a harbor city, a rope splice inspector named Aldrich checked joins along dock lines. He once feared unseen flaws. Later, he trusted visible wear. Ropes spoke clearly when listened to. Letting go is trusting what shows itself. Hidden dangers rarely reveal themselves through worry. In a quiet inland town, a lantern glass soother named Pamina polished edges where cracks began. She once tried to prevent all cracks. Later, she learned when to replace instead. Letting go is knowing when care shifts form. Maintenance includes release. As listening grows faint, forms shift easily. In a riverside village, a stepping stone washer named Kaido rinsed mud from crossings. He once cleaned obsessively. Later, he left a thin layer. Stones gripped better. Letting go is seeing advantage in imperfection. Smooth is not always safe. In a forest town, a trail ribbon remover named Xena untied markers after festivals. She once felt sad removing them. Then she saw paths breathe again. Letting go is allowing places to return to themselves. Celebration and quiet both belong. As the night continues, belonging feels broad. In a canal-side workshop, a pulley squeak tester named Rowan II listened for changes. He once fixed immediately. Later, he observed patterns. Some sounds came and went. Letting go is tracking trends instead of moments. Momentary discomfort does not always require action. In a hillside orchard, a fruit drop watcher named Colleen noticed fallen apples. She once rushed to collect them. Later, she let some feed the soil. The trees thrived. Letting go is trusting nourishment beyond our plans. Loss often feeds growth. As listening softens, growth feels slow and steady. In a coastal town, a tide rope slackener named Joram loosened lines at dusk. He once worried boats would drift. They settled instead. Letting go is allowing rest. Tension is not always protective. In a mountain village, a stovepipe ash listener named Mora tapped metal gently. She once worried about buildup. Later, she listened for airflow. The fire told her what it needed. Letting go is listening instead of guessing. The body and world offer cues constantly. As the night deepens, cues become quieter. In a river market, a produce crate stacker named Enzo built piles each dawn. He once rebuilt when boxes shifted. Later, he let them settle. The stack held. Letting go is allowing gravity to assist. Not all support must be muscular. In a woodland town, a footpath frost scatterer named Yelena spread sand in winter. She once covered everything. Later, she focused on slopes. Walkers learned to step carefully. Letting go is teaching awareness rather than removing all risk. Awareness is gentler than control. As the night continues, awareness feels diffuse and kind. In a harbor settlement, a masked light checker named Sava ensured bulbs glowed. She once replaced them early. Later, she waited for dimming. Light fades gradually. Letting go is honoring full use. We do not need to end things prematurely. In a valley town, a rainwater diverter named Milo adjusted channels along roofs. He once feared overflow. Later, he trusted overflow paths. Water found its way. Letting go is designing for excess without fear. Life includes more than we expect. As listening drifts further, excess feels acceptable. In a stone bridge town, a parapet weed puller named Gisela removed plants from cracks. She once pulled everything. Later, she left some roots. The stones held better. Letting go is allowing life to bind structures. Not all growth weakens. In a coastal hamlet, a tide pool sign replacer named Harlan II refreshed warnings. He once worried when signs weathered. Visitors still watched their steps. Letting go is trusting attention over signage. People sense more than we credit. As the night grows very quiet now, sensing replaces thinking. In a hillside village, a door draft listener named Cora felt for cold air. She once sealed every gap. Later, she allowed gentle airflow. Rooms breathed. Letting go is allowing exchange. Stagnation is heavier than movement. As the night continues, movement is barely noticeable, but present. In a river crossing town, a bell rope length adjuster named Petras shortened lines as needed. He once chased uniformity. Later, he followed feel. The bell rang clearly. Letting go is trusting sound over measurement. The ear knows balance. In a coastal workshop, a hull paint touch-up named Mirko refreshed scratches. He once repainted whole sides. Later, he touched only what mattered. The boat sailed. Letting go is conserving energy. Energy saved becomes ease. As the night deepens further, ease is everywhere. In a meadow village, a fence wire tensioner named Ilias loosened strands before storms. He once tightened them. Looser wires survived. Letting go is allowing flexibility to absorb force. Strength often looks like softness. As listening fades almost entirely, softness becomes the dominant feeling. In a canal city, a bridge shadow watcher named Selva noticed light patterns beneath arches. She once worried about cracks. Later, she trusted engineers. She watched shadows instead. Letting go is releasing borrowed worry. We carry concerns that are not ours. As the night holds us, burdens slip away. There is very little left to do here now. The stories are barely stories anymore. They are rhythms, echoes, gentle confirmations. Nothing asks to be understood. Nothing asks to be remembered. Whatever the mind has been holding can rest its hands. Whatever remains can remain. The night continues its quiet work, and we are allowed to be carried by it, without effort, without expectation, without needing to let go any further. The night has become so even that it no longer feels like a passage of time. It feels like a wide field where nothing is required to move. Letting go now is not an idea we return to. It is simply what remains when nothing else needs our attention. In a riverbend town, where water slowed before turning away, there lived a sluice gate watcher named Amador. Each morning and evening, Amador checked the wooden gates that guided water into irrigation channels. When he was younger, he adjusted them constantly, a little higher, a little lower. He believed perfect flow depended on his precision. One night, after heavy rain, Amador stayed awake listening to the river. The water rose, passed through the gates, and settled again. By morning, the fields were watered just the same. From then on, Amador adjusted less often. He watched more. The river already knew where it was going. Letting go is realizing that guidance is sometimes unnecessary when movement already exists. As the night continues, movement becomes subtle, almost invisible. In a hillside town with long stone staircases, lived a stair-edge smoother named Kalina. She ran her hands along steps, feeling for sharp corners. At first, she smoothed every edge she could find. Her hands were tired by evening. Later, she noticed that feet naturally avoided the sharpest spots. People learned the stairs quickly. Kalina focused on the steps most used, leaving others untouched. Letting go is noticing where effort truly meets life. We do not need to soften everything. As listening softens, effort finds its place. In a coastal village, a net knot counter named Rufino counted ties before each voyage. He once believed numbers kept sailors safe. Over time, he noticed sailors checking knots by feel, not count. He stopped counting aloud. Letting go is trusting skill grown through use. Numbers reassure the mind, but the body often knows first. As the night deepens, knowing feels quiet and embodied. In a small inland town, a rain chain adjuster named Morella repositioned chains after storms. She once worried about splashing. Then she noticed children watching the water fall, mesmerized. She left the chains where they sang most clearly. Letting go is allowing beauty to emerge where control once lived. Beauty does not need permission. As the night stretches on, beauty feels ordinary. In a river port, a dock plank alignment checker named Stefanek checked gaps each morning. He once feared uneven spacing. Later, he noticed water drained better through irregular gaps. Letting go is allowing irregularity to serve function. Order that breathes lasts longer. As listening fades in and out, breathing feels natural. In a mountain village, a chimney soot tapper named Ovidia knocked gently on flues to test buildup. She once worried at every sound. Later, she listened for airflow instead. The smoke told her enough. Letting go is learning what to listen for. Not all signals matter equally. As the night grows quieter, the mind stops sorting signals. In a seaside settlement, a rope ladder sway tester named Keon checked movement after tides. He once tightened ladders until they barely moved. Later, he allowed gentle sway. Climbers felt safer. Letting go is allowing motion within support. Stability does not mean stillness. As listening softens, stillness feels spacious, not rigid. In a forest edge town, a fallen branch path clearer named Ilva removed obstacles after storms. She once cleared everything immediately. Later, she left some branches to mark curves. Walkers followed the path more easily. Letting go is seeing guidance in what remains. We do not always need to remove. Sometimes we need to notice. As the night continues, noticing replaces fixing. In a canal city, a lock gate shadow reader named Paolo watched reflections on water to judge opening times. He once relied strictly on clocks. Later, he trusted shadows and current. The boats moved smoothly. Letting go is trusting lived cues over abstract measures. Time behaves differently on water. As listening thins, time loses its edges. In a quiet fishing town, a buoy rope chafe watcher named Lynette checked for wear points. She once wrapped every rope. Later, she wrapped only where friction showed itself. Letting go is responding to reality rather than anticipating every problem. Anticipation often exhausts us before necessity arrives. As the night deepens, exhaustion lifts. In a hillside orchard, a fallen fruit rake named Tomasella gathered apples each morning. She once gathered everything. Later, she left some to return to the soil. The trees bore well. Letting go is trusting cycles of giving back. Loss feeds future growth. As listening drifts, growth feels slow and patient. In a port town, a signal bell tester named Romain checked tones at dawn. He once worried about slight differences. Later, he noticed sailors responding to rhythm more than pitch. Letting go is focusing on what reaches others, not what satisfies us. Communication happens beyond precision. As the night continues, communication feels effortless. In a valley town, a culvert debris listener named Saskia listened after rain. She once cleared every sound of water. Later, she recognized healthy flow by its tone. Letting go is trusting familiarity. We learn patterns by living with them. As listening softens further, patterns no longer need naming. In a coastal hamlet, a fish scale washer named Yorn rinsed docks each morning. He once rushed to erase every trace. Later, he noticed gulls gathering, fishermen laughing. He cleaned enough. Letting go is choosing sufficiency over thoroughness. Enough is lighter than perfect. As the night settles, lightness spreads. In a mountain town, a bell clapper adjuster named Elodie tuned movement by touch. She once measured distances. Later, she listened for warmth in the sound. Letting go is valuing feeling over measurement. The heart hears differently than the mind. As listening fades, hearing becomes internal. In a riverside village, a ferry ramp hinge oiler named Iman applied oil weekly. He once worried when hinges squeaked again. Later, he saw squeaks as reminders, not failures. Letting go is reframing reminders as allies. The world speaks kindly when we listen gently. As the night continues, kindness feels ambient. In a forest town, a boardwalk plank marker named Hedda noted loose boards with chalk. Rain washed the marks away. She began using small stones instead. They stayed until needed. Letting go is adapting without frustration. Change invites creativity. As listening drifts, creativity feels effortless. In a canal-side neighborhood, a water-level notch carver named Renzo marked seasonal changes on posts. He once corrected mistakes immediately. Later, he left them. The pattern told a story. Letting go is allowing records to show their history. Imperfection carries truth. As the night deepens, truth feels unadorned. In a harbor town, a mast rope slack checker named Vivian loosened lines at sunset. She once feared storms. Later, she trusted slack to absorb wind. Letting go is allowing room for force to pass through. Resistance often invites damage. As listening softens, resistance fades. In a hillside village, a doorstop placer named Olivette positioned wedges carefully. She once moved them often. Later, she let them rest. Doors stayed open when needed. Letting go is allowing stability to settle. Constant adjustment disturbs balance. As the night grows quieter, balance holds itself. In a riverside workshop, a paddle rack straightener named Inara aligned oars nightly. She once corrected every angle. Later, she stacked by size alone. The racks worked. Letting go is simplifying without loss. Complexity often serves anxiety more than function. As listening fades, simplicity remains. In a coastal settlement, a fog bell rope untwister named Darian freed coils gently. He once rushed. Later, he slowed. letting twists loosen themselves. Letting go is allowing release to happen gradually. Force is rarely required. As the night continues, force disappears. In a market town, a wooden crate nail tapper named Soraya checked loosened nails. She once fixed all at once. Later, she fixed as needed. The crates held. Letting go is spacing effort. Effort spaced becomes sustainable. As listening drifts, sustainability feels natural. In a mountain hamlet, a water trough icebreaker named Pavelka cracked ice at dawn. She once cleared everything. Later, she made small openings. Animals drank. Letting go is providing access without overwork. Minimal action can be enough. As the night deepens, minimal feels sufficient. In a quiet port, a harbor map roller named Leandro stored charts each evening. He once rolled tightly. Later, he rolled loosely. The paper rested. Letting go is allowing materials to relax. Everything has its own resting shape. As listening softens, rest becomes the theme without being named. In a forest clearing, a footpath lantern wick trim named Nomi shortened flames carefully. She once aimed for uniform light. Later, she left variation. The path felt warmer. Letting go is allowing unevenness to create comfort. Uniformity can feel cold. As the night continues, warmth spreads. In a river town, a dock post algae scraper named Timo removed growth monthly. He once scraped weekly. Later, he noticed algae softened edges. Letting go is recognizing when growth protects. Not all additions are threats. As listening fades, threat perception dissolves. In a hillside village, a water jug stopper tester named Mirek checked seals nightly. He once replaced them early. Later, he trusted dampness as a sign. The jugs held. Letting go is trusting subtle cues. The world speaks quietly. As the night deepens, quiet feels natural. In a coastal town, a fish ladder rung smoother named Calypso ran her hand along wood. She once corrected every rough spot. Later, she focused on grip. Fish passed. Letting go is prioritizing passage over polish. Movement matters. As listening drifts, movement feels internal. In a small city park, a bench leg wedge adjuster named Ewan placed shims under uneven legs. He once re-leveled often. Later, he waited. The ground settled. Letting go is allowing settling. Not everything needs immediate correction. As the night settles deeper, settling happens on its own. There is very little left to add now. The stories are no longer distinct. They are like breaths, coming and going without needing attention. Nothing needs to be held. Nothing needs to be resolved. Whatever understanding has already come gently. Whatever remains unfinished does not ask to be finished tonight. The night continues its wide, quiet holding, and we are free to rest inside it, without effort, without instruction, without needing to let go of anything more. The night has reached a depth where even the sense of continuing feels unnecessary. Still, the quiet carries us onward, gently, without asking. Letting go now is not something we return to or check on. It is simply the way the mind rests when it no longer has to hold the day together. In a wide plain where a narrow river curved like a thought that had softened, there lived a flood marker caretaker named Benicio. Along the riverbank stood wooden posts etched with lines from past years, each mark showing how high the water once rose. Benicio used to study the marks daily. He worried about the next one. He imagined water climbing higher, changing everything. One year, after a long season of rain, the water rose but stopped just below the highest mark. Benicio stood watching it for hours, tense. Then, as the river slowly receded, he noticed something else. Grass along the bank stood taller. Fish gathered in places they hadn't before. The river had visited and then moved on. From then on, Benicio stopped staring at the highest mark. He checked the river, but he no longer imagined what might come next. Letting go is trusting that what arrives will also know how to leave. As the night deepens, imagining loses its grip. In a coastal village where houses faced the open wind, lived a shutter tie adjuster named Elsbeta. Each evening, she walked the streets, tying shutters so they would not bang in the night. At first, she tied them tightly, too tightly. The wind strained against them, and hinges wore faster. An old neighbor named Piero watched her one evening and said, "They only need enough to stay." Elsbeta loosened the ties slightly. That night, the shutters moved gently, sounding like breathing rather than struggle. Letting go is learning how much is enough. More effort does not always mean more safety. As listening softens, the idea of enough becomes easier to feel. In a riverside town, a stepping stone balance tester named Kaori crossed the river each morning. She checked stones for wobble, adjusting those that shifted. At first, she tried to make them all firm, but the riverbed changed. Over time, she learned which stones needed fixing and which simply moved with the water. Crossings became easier when she stopped fighting movement. Letting go is allowing stability to include motion. The night understands this balance well. In a hillside market, a canvas stall, tie-down named Rowan Thur, secured awnings before sunrise. He once worried about every gust of wind. Later, he watched how fabric moved with air rather than against it. He tied with flexibility instead of force. Letting go is working with what is present instead of bracing against it. As the night continues, bracing becomes unnecessary. In a quiet harbor town, a dock light cleaner named Altheon wiped salt spray from glass he once polished until the lamps gleamed. Later, he noticed boats navigated just fine with a soft glow. He wiped gently and went home earlier. Letting go is releasing the need to make things shine beyond usefulness. Soft light is often enough. As listening fades in and out, softness becomes the background. In a forest settlement, a bridge rope slack measurer named Danuta adjusted tension weekly. She once sought exactness. Later, she learned to feel the rope with her hands. When it felt right, she stopped. Letting go is trusting touch over calculation. The body speaks quietly and clearly. In a canal town, a water-level notch reader named Felix Andre traced old marks with his finger. He once corrected faded lines. Later, he let them blur. The story remained. Letting go is allowing history to soften without erasing it. Memory does not need sharp edges. As the night deepens, memory feels gentler. In a rural crossroads, a signpost straightener named Helmet adjusted arrows after storms. He once fixed them immediately. Later, he waited to see where people hesitated. He adjusted only then. Letting go is responding to lived experience rather than imagined need. Life shows us what matters if we watch patiently. In a coastal hamlet, a fish basket weaver named Aurea repaired breaks in wicker. She once replaced entire baskets. Later, she mended only what gave way. The baskets held their shape. Letting go is preserving function without demanding perfection. As the night moves on, perfection no longer feels relevant. In a mountain village, a path snowpacker named Sina tamped down fresh snow. She once flattened everything. Later, she left soft ridges where feet naturally fell. Walking felt safer. Letting go is noticing patterns formed by use. Use teaches us where care belongs. In a river town, a dock ladder rung warmer named Ignacio rubbed oil into wood before winter. He once worried when the wood dried again. Later, he trusted the season to cycle. The ladders endured. Letting go is trusting time to complete what we begin. As listening drifts, time feels less demanding. In a valley orchard, a fruit crate corner protector named Mireya Tao fitted metal guards. She once worried about dents. Later, she saw dents as signs of harvest. The fruit arrived. Letting go is valuing arrival over appearance. What reaches its place has already succeeded. In a seaside settlement, a mooring buoy color refresher named Pal Victor repainted faded tops. He once painted thickly. Later, he painted lightly. The sea wore it evenly. Letting go is allowing weather to participate. We are not working alone. As the night deepens, companionship with the world feels natural. In a quiet inland town, a floorboard squeak mapper named Eunice marked noises with chalk. She once fixed them all. Later, she fixed only those that startled sleepers. The house rested. Letting go is responding to impact rather than presence. Not everything that exists needs correction. In a canal city, a rope hook organizer named Basilio arranged metal hooks by size. He once felt unsettled when they mixed. Later, he grabbed what fit. Order became fluid. Letting go is releasing the need for visual control. Function finds its way. As listening softens, visual order matters less. In a forest edge village, a fallen leaf step softener named Kaisa left layers on stone stairs. She once swept daily. Later, she swept weekly. The steps felt quieter. Letting go is allowing sound to soften. Quiet does not require emptiness. In a port town, a bell rope fray watcher named Anselm watched for wear. He once replaced ropes early. Later, he replaced them when hands felt it. The bell rang true. Letting go is trusting embodied timing. We know when something is ready to change. As the night continues, readiness feels intuitive. In a meadow village, a fence gate alignment listener named Rosa listened for changes in swing. She once adjusted constantly. Later, she let the gates settle. Animals passed easily. Letting go is allowing systems to find equilibrium. Equilibrium does not need supervision. In a river market, a crate skid smoother named Thomas Fur sanded rough bottoms. He once sanded all. Later, he sanded those that caught. Movement improved. Letting go is focusing on friction rather than surface. Where things catch, care belongs. As listening fades, friction feels minimal. In a coastal town, a tide rope coil restorer named Yannick laid lines in wide loops. He once tightened coils. Later, he let them sprawl slightly. The ropes lasted longer. Letting go is allowing materials to rest naturally. Rest is a form of care. In a hillside village, a roof-drip path marker named Elisheva traced water trails after rain. She once patched immediately. Later, she waited to see repetition. Only repeated paths mattered. Letting go is distinguishing signal from noise. The night helps with this distinction. In a river, crossing town, a footbridge plank listener named Corentin listened for hollow sounds. He once tapped everything. Later, he tapped only where footsteps paused. Letting go is responding to hesitation. Where life slows, attention is needed. As listening becomes diffuse, attention spreads gently. In a forest town, a lantern soot wipe named Nari cleaned glass before dusk. She once cleaned daily. Later, she cleaned when light dimmed. The lanterns guided still. Letting go is matching effort to effect. Effort without effect can rest. In a harbor village, a net float pitch adjuster named Thomas V. checked balance by eye. He once measured carefully. Later, he watched how nets settled. The fish arrived. Letting go is trusting results over method. Methods serve outcomes, not the other way around. As the night deepens, outcomes feel quietly assured. In a valley town, a water trough refill watcher named Milas checked levels each evening. She once topped off always. Later, she waited. Animals drank when thirsty. Letting go is trusting natural cues. Needs announce themselves. In a canal-side district, a lock gate chain oiler named Zoran applied oil sparingly. He once worried about squeaks. Later, he accepted sound as reminder. Maintenance became rhythmic. Letting go is allowing reminders without anxiety. Anxiety tightens what reminders loosen. As listening fades, anxiety has little place to settle. In a coastal plain, a windbreak rope spacer named Hilda adjusted gaps. She once closed them. Later, she opened them slightly. The break held better. Letting go is designing with wind rather than against it. Softness absorbs force. In a mountain town, a footpath stone turner named Emilio Ray rotated stones seasonally. He once aimed for sameness. Later, he followed where paths felt known. Letting go is letting paths teach their own shape. As the night continues, shape becomes less important than feel. In a riverside settlement, a water gauge glass replacer named Jonquil changed cracked tubes. She once replaced at the first mark. Later, she watched the flow. When it blurred, she replaced. Letting go is trusting clarity to tell us when action is needed. Clarity arrives when we stop forcing it. In a quiet park, a bench slat warmer named Farron rubbed oil into wood. He once worried about stains. Later, he felt the warmth of the wood and stopped. The benches welcomed rest. Letting go is sensing completion. Completion is a feeling, not a checklist. As the night deepens, checklists dissolve. In a coastal village, a tide bell, silence watcher named Irma listened for quiet nights. She once feared silence meant failure. Later, she understood silence meant calm seas. Letting go is reframing absence as presence. Quiet is often good news. As listening becomes nearly transparent, quiet holds everything. In a hillside town, a water jug balance tester named Milo II adjusted loads on yokes. He once sought perfect symmetry. Later, he matched weight to carrier. Carrying felt easier. Letting go is fitting solutions to bodies, not ideals. Bodies know what works. In a forest clearing, a trailstone moss trimmer named Anik left patches untouched. She once removed all green. Later, she noticed moss softened steps. Letting go is allowing softness where we once demanded firmness. The night rests on softness, and now there is almost nothing left to say. The stories no longer feel like stories. They are simply confirmations, repeating quietly. Nothing needs to be held so tightly. You do not need to remember any of this. You do not need to stay awake. The night is already doing what it does best. And whatever you are still holding can be held by the night now. Gently, without effort, as everything continues. Slowly loosening on its own. The night is very still now, not empty, but settled, like a room after everyone has found a place to sit. Letting go no longer feels like a movement away from anything. It feels like remaining exactly where we are, without adding weight. In a long, flat valley where the road followed the river without argument, there lived a milestone keeper named Arendt. Along the road stood old stone markers, each carved with distances that no longer matched modern maps. Arendt once worried about their accuracy. Travelers stopped to ask questions, and he felt embarrassed that the numbers were no longer precise. One evening, a woman named Sabella paused beside a stone and rested her hand on it. "It's good to know someone stood here before me," she said. Arendt watched her continue down the road, lighter in her step than when she arrived. From then on, Arendt stopped correcting the stones in his mind. They were not there to measure exactly. They were there to mark passage. Letting go is understanding that not everything exists to be correct. Some things exist simply to witness. As the night deepens, witnessing replaces effort. In a harbor town where the tide moved in long, patient arcs, lived a rope coil untangler named Yorick. Each morning, he lifted ropes that had twisted overnight. At first, Yorick pulled firmly, impatient with knots. The ropes resisted. Over time, he learned to let them hang. Gravity did most of the work. Letting go is often allowing time and weight to do what force cannot. As listening softens, force fades from our hands. In a hillside settlement, a bell tower stair cleaner named Maribel cleaned narrow steps that spiraled upward. She once scrubbed until every stone looked new. Later, she noticed the center of each step was worn smooth by generations of feet. She cleaned the edges and left the center alone. Letting go is respecting the shape left by use. Life has already chosen where to touch. As the night continues, touch becomes memory. In a river town, a ferry rope slack checker named Ilsa adjusted lines at dawn. She once tightened them out of fear. Later, she loosened them slightly. The ferry rested more calmly. Letting go is learning that tension is not the same as security. Security often comes from allowance. As listening drifts, allowance feels safe. In a forest village, a path lantern distance adjuster named Oren Sol spaced lights along a trail. He once tried to make the distances equal. Later, he placed them where darkness gathered. The path felt gentler. Letting go is responding to need rather than symmetry. Symmetry comforts the mind. Need guides the body. As the night deepens, the body leads quietly. In a coastal town, a hull scrape listener named Violeta listened for sounds of boats rubbing dock edges. She once patted every post. Later, she patted only those that scraped regularly. Letting go is noticing patterns instead of reacting to every moment. Patterns reveal where care belongs. As listening fades in and out, patterns hold themselves. In a quiet inland village, a window latch tester named Pavelin checked closures each evening. He once feared drafts. Later, he noticed fresh air eased sleep. He stopped sealing every gap. Letting go is allowing exchange. What moves through us can refresh us. As the night settles, exchange feels gentle. In a riverside town, a bridge reflection watcher named Selma noticed light rippling beneath arches. She once worried about cracks. Later, she trusted inspectors and watched reflections instead. Letting go is releasing borrowed responsibility. Not every worry belongs to us. As listening softens, burdens slip away. In a hillside orchard, a ladder-rung feeler named Noah tested each step before harvest. She once replaced rungs early. Later, she trusted sound and feel. The ladders held. Letting go is trusting familiarity. We know more than we think we do. As the night deepens, knowing becomes quiet confidence. In a port settlement, a mooring bell, silence listener named Kiro paid attention to nights without sound. He once feared silence. Later, he learned silence meant calm water. Letting go is reframing absence. What is missing may be peace. As listening grows thin, peace feels present. In a canal-side town, a lock gate creek marker named Yelise noted changes in sound. She once fixed everything immediately. Later, she waited to see if sounds repeated. Only repetition mattered. Letting go is allowing time to clarify importance. Urgency often dissolves when observed. As the night continues, urgency loses interest. In a mountain hamlet, a snow roof slide watcher named Bramette listened for shifting snow. She once panicked at every sound. Later, she recognized the rhythm of safe release. Snow knew when to move. Letting go is trusting natural timing. The world has its own sense of when. As listening softens, timing feels generous. In a river, crossing town, a stepping stone edge softener named Koji-ren ran his fingers along stone edges. He once smoothed everything. Later, he smoothed where hands touched. Letting go is focusing on contact points. Care belongs where life meets surface. As the night deepens, contact feels distant and kind. In a quiet harbor, a net drying shade adjuster named Alanai positioned frames under open sky. She once chased full sun. Later, she allowed partial shade. The nets dried evenly. Letting go is allowing balance. More is not always better. As listening drifts, balance settles. In a woodland village, a footpath frost watcher named Henrik Sa noticed slick stones. He once sanded everything. Later, he sanded corners. Walkers learn to step carefully. Letting go is trusting awareness to do its work. We do not need to remove all risk. As the night continues, trust deepens. In a market town, a crate-lid listener named Tamira tapped wood for hollowness. She once worried about every sound. Later, she learned which tones mattered. Letting go is learning discernment. Not everything deserves attention. As listening softens, attention rests. In a coastal hamlet, A tide chart updater named Lucin marked days on a board. He once erased mistakes quickly. Later, he left them. The story of the sea remained visible. Letting go is allowing history to show itself. Perfection erases memory. As the night deepens, memory feels gentle. In a hillside village, a water jug balance guide named Mirek Oss helped travelers adjust loads. He once aimed for symmetry. Later, he adjusted to the carrier's stride. Letting go is fitting solutions to people. People matter more than ideals. As listening fades, care feels personal and light. In a riverside settlement, a dock plank warmth tester named Suna felt boards in winter. She once worried about cold. Later, she noticed boots adapted. Letting go is trusting adaptation. Life adjusts faster than fear expects. As the night continues, fear finds little to hold. In a forest clearing, a fallen log path marker named Elwyn left logs where they fell. He once moved them. Later, he saw how they guided feet naturally. Letting go is allowing the landscape to speak. Guidance is often already present. As listening grows thinner, guidance feels intuitive. In a port town, a bell rope length feeler named Marta Isa adjusted by hand. She once measured carefully. Later, she listened to the ring. Letting go is trusting outcome over method. Method can relax once outcome is known. As the night deepens, method dissolves. In a quiet valley, a rainwater channel leaf listener named Serenia heard water slow. She once cleared immediately. Later, she noticed gentle pooling helped soil. Letting go is allowing pause. Flow does not need to be constant. As listening softens, pause feels natural. In a hillside town, a stair rail warmth checker named Dario Lin rested his palm on wood each evening. He once worried about cold. Later, he felt the warmth of the day still there. Letting go is noticing what remains. Not everything fades at once. As the night continues, remnants comfort. In a coastal village, a foghorn rest watcher named Elka paid attention to silent hours. She once worried about failure. Later, she trusted the weather. Letting go is releasing vigilance when conditions are calm. Rest is part of readiness. As listening fades almost entirely, rest carries us. In a river town, a footbridge shadow counter named Amos Iria watched shadows shift. He once worried about alignment. Later, he enjoyed movement. Letting go is enjoying change without needing to fix it. Change happens whether we resist or not. As the night deepens, resistance dissolves. In a small park, A bench grain watcher named Kyle noticed wood patterns darken with rain. He once tried to protect them. Later, he let the grain deepen. Letting go is allowing character. Age adds texture. As listening softens, texture feels rich. In a hillside village, a well-rope knot tester named Yvonne May checked ties each morning. She once retied constantly. Later, she trusted the knots she knew. Letting go is trusting past care. What was done well does not need daily doubt. As the night continues, doubt loosens. In a canal-side district, a gate latch echo listener named Tomas Six heard sound travel differently at night. He once worried about changes. Later, he accepted them. Night had its own acoustics. Letting go is allowing context to shift. Nothing stays the same in all conditions. As listening drifts, conditions fade. In a mountain village, a snow fence sag watcher named Ilona adjusted boards after storms. She once fixed immediately. Later, she let snow settle. The fence held. Letting go is allowing settling before response. Response becomes clearer after waiting. As the night deepens, waiting feels restful. In a riverside town, a dock rope dampness reader named Elvio touched fibers lightly. He once feared moisture. Later, he trusted drying cycles. The ropes endured. Letting go is trusting return. What becomes wet also becomes dry. As listening fades, cycles feel reassuring. In a quiet orchard, a fallen branch place lever named Narina left branches where they fell. She once cleared them. Later, she saw how they sheltered soil. Letting go is seeing shelter in what we once removed. Care changes shape. As the night continues, shape matters less than presence. And now, there is almost nothing left to add. The words have slowed, not because they must stop, but because they no longer need to carry meaning forward. There is nothing to remember from this. There is no need to stay awake. The night is already holding what you were holding. You may continue listening, or drift, or sleep without noticing when it happens. Letting go does not require a final act. It happens quietly. The way sleep arrives not because we invite it, but because we stop insisting on anything else. The night is so steady now that even the sense of being awake or asleep feels less important than before. Things are simply happening at their own pace. Letting go is no longer a movement away from effort. It is the quiet recognition that effort has already loosened. In a gentle valley where fog lingered until late morning, there lived a boundary stone washer named Ilario. After rain, he walked the edges of fields, rinsing mud from old stones that marked where one pasture ended and another began. When Ilario was younger, he worried about disputes. He feared that if a stone were obscured or shifted, arguments would follow. He checked often, correcting even the smallest tilt. One season, after heavy storms, several stones disappeared beneath the grass. Ilario searched for them, growing anxious. Later that year, he noticed that no one argued. The farmers knew their land by slope and feel, by habit and memory. Ilario stopped searching so urgently. Letting go is learning that not all lines need to be visible to be respected. As the night deepens, boundaries soften without dissolving. In a riverside village, a paddle drip catcher named Marin placed shallow trays beneath stored oars. She once worried when water pooled unevenly. Later, she noticed the floorboards drying on their own. Letting go is trusting materials to recover. Not everything needs immediate correction. As listening fades in and out, recovery feels natural. In a coastal town where the wind never seemed to rest, lived a windsock seam checker named Ovidio. He once repaired every fray at once. Over time, he learned to mend only when the windsock stopped speaking clearly. A little fray made movement visible. Letting go is allowing where to communicate. Signs become clearer when we stop silencing them. As the night settles, communication becomes subtle. In a forest hamlet, a footpath bend, watcher named Elsky followed curves after storms. She once tried to straighten paths. Later, she let them wander. Feet followed naturally. Letting go is allowing paths to become what they already are. Direction does not always need straightness. As listening softens, direction feels intuitive. In a canal city, a water gate pin replacer named Bastion checked metal fittings each month. He once replaced them early. Later, he trusted the sound of turning. Smooth motion told him enough. Letting go is listening for ease rather than fearing failure. Ease often signals health. As the night deepens, ease spreads. In a hillside settlement, a roof tile overlap checker named Kirilu ensured tiles layered properly. She once adjusted endlessly. Later, she noticed that rain always found its way off the roof. She adjusted only where water lingered. Letting go is responding to outcomes rather than obsessing over structure. Structure serves flow. As listening drifts, flow feels continuous. In a quiet port town, a dock post shadow marker named Raoul noticed how shadows shifted through the day. He once worried about alignment. Later, he enjoyed watching the sun move. Letting go is allowing time to reveal itself without correction. Time does not need our supervision. As the night grows deeper, supervision fades. In a mountain village, a stove wood stacker named Iselin arranged logs neatly each evening. She once rebuilt stacks after they settled. Later, she let them lean slightly. The fire burned just as well. Letting go is allowing gravity to do its work. Support does not need to look perfect. As listening softens, appearance matters less. In a riverside town, a bridge plank warmth tester named Hannes touched boards at dusk. He once worried about cold nights. Later, he noticed the warmth returning each day. Letting go is trusting return. What leaves often comes back in another form. As the night continues, return feels assured. In a coastal village, a tide net hanger named Paloma Rose hung nets to dry. She once worried when clouds gathered. Later, she let nets dry slowly. The fibers softened. Letting go is allowing time to improve what haste would harden. As listening fades, patience feels effortless. In a woodland town, a fallen pine needle sweeper named Jorn cleared steps weekly. He once swept daily. Later, he left a thin layer. Steps felt quieter. Letting go is allowing softness underfoot. Quiet often comes from accumulation, not removal. As the night deepens, quiet thickens gently. In a canal-side district, a lock wheel grease applier named Farin worked slowly. He once worried about squeaks returning. Later, he accepted them as reminders. Maintenance became rhythmic, not anxious. Letting go is letting care become routine rather than reaction. Routine can be soothing. As listening drifts, soothing becomes the tone. In a high meadow settlement, a fence post frost watcher named Ulrika noticed cracks after winter. She once replaced posts quickly. Later, she let spring warm them. Some cracks closed. Letting go is allowing warmth to heal. Not all damage is permanent. As the night continues, healing feels quiet and slow. In a river town, a dock ladder rung shadow reader named Tavio watched light shift beneath steps. He once feared rot. Later, he saw patterns of use. Only those rungs mattered. Letting go is focusing on contact points. Care belongs where life meets structure. As listening fades, contact feels distant but safe. In a coastal plain, a tide rope coil spacer named Helena May laid lines wide apart. She once tightened coils neatly. Later, She let them breathe. The ropes lasted longer. Letting go is allowing space. Crowding shortens lifespan. As the night deepens, space expands. In a forest village, a bridge moss watcher named Cedric noticed green growth along rails. He once removed all of it. Later, he noticed moss softened grip in rain. Letting go is recognizing help where we expected harm. Life often assists quietly. As listening softens, assistance feels everywhere. In a market town, a Crate Hinge Creek listener named Sarai tapped lids lightly. She once tightened every hinge. Later, she listened for resistance. Only resistance mattered. Letting go is distinguishing friction from sound. Noise alone does not equal trouble. As the night continues, the mind stops equating noise with danger. In a riverside settlement, a water wheel splash observer named Ameline watched droplets fall back into the stream. She once worried about wasted water. Later, she saw the river accept everything. Letting go is trusting cycles to complete themselves. Nothing truly leaves the system. As listening fades, cycles feel infinite and gentle. In a hillside town, a stair-tread darkening watcher named Pietro Lin noticed marks deepen over time. He once sanded them away. Later, he let them show. They told where people walked most. Letting go is allowing evidence. Evidence does not accuse, it informs. As the night deepens, information arrives quietly. In a coastal village, a fog line rope adjuster named Yara Noel loosened guide ropes at dusk. She once tightened them from habit. Later, she trusted fog to slow movement naturally. Letting go is trusting conditions to regulate behavior. Control is not always required. As listening softens, control loosens. In a woodland hamlet, a fallen apple watcher named Brenna left fruit beneath trees. She once gathered everything. Later, she noticed birds and soil benefiting. Letting go is allowing nourishment to return to the ground. Giving back sustains cycles. As the night continues, cycles feel nurturing. In a canal city, a lockstep dryness tester named Mateo 7 checked moisture each evening. He once dried steps obsessively. Later, he trusted sun and air. The steps balanced themselves. Letting go is trusting balance. Balance emerges without force. As listening fades, balance holds. In a river crossing town, a footbridge rope knot feeler named Kaido Sol tested ties by hand. He once retied often. Later, he trusted familiar knots. They held. Letting go is trusting past care. what was done well continues to support. As the night deepens, support feels invisible but strong. In a hillside village, a windowsill water tracer named Elon marked drips with chalk. She once wiped immediately. Later, she waited to see patterns. Only repeated paths mattered. Letting go is waiting before responding. Patience clarifies priority. As listening softens, priority becomes simple. In a coastal hamlet, a tide bell echo counter named Romy listened at night. She once feared echoes meant trouble. Later, she enjoyed how sound traveled differently after dark. Letting go is enjoying variation. Not every change signals loss. As the night continues, variation feels comforting. In a forest town, a pathstone warmth feeler named Ivo Lars touched rocks at dusk. He once worried about frost. Later, he noticed heat lingering. Letting go is noticing what remains. Remnants can reassure. As listening fades, reassurance settles. In a river market, a crate bottom splinter, smoother named Nisa, sanded edges lightly. She once sanded everything. Later, she sanded what hands touched. Letting go is placing care where contact occurs. Care follows use. As the night deepens, use fades into rest. In a coastal town, a net rope dampener named Soren Val placed sleeves on lines. He once covered all. Later, he covered only high-stress points. Letting go is identifying stress accurately. Not everything needs protection. As listening softens, protection feels selective and kind. In a hillside village, a water jug, rim cleaner named Eliana May wiped lips of clay vessels. She once polished until smooth. Later, she left texture. The grip improved. Letting go is allowing roughness where it helps. Smoothness is not always friendly. As the night continues, friendliness remains without polish. In a quiet park, a bench slat shadow reader named Thomas VIII watched shade shift across wood. He once worried about warping. Later, he trusted the tree cover. Letting go is trusting environment. We do not stand alone. As listening fades, companionship with surroundings feels real. In a riverside town, a fairy plank echo listener named Martin heard sound change with water level. He once worried about each change. Later, he recognized rhythm. The river spoke regularly. Letting go is recognizing rhythm over variation. Rhythm steadies us. As the night deepens, steadiness remains. In a coastal village, a tide pool stone replacer named Calypso waited before moving rocks. She once rearranged often. Later, she observed, creatures adapted. Letting go is allowing adaptation. Life responds creatively. As listening softens, creativity feels gentle and continuous. In a hillside settlement, a ladder rail temperature watcher named Renata Saul felt metal cool at night. She once worried about brittleness. Later, she trusted morning warmth. Letting go is trusting cycles of temperature and rest. Everything cools and warms again. As the night holds us, warmth feels close. There is very little left to carry now. The words have become like distant water, audible, but not demanding. You do not need to remember these names or these places. You do not need to follow any thread. The night is already doing the work of loosening what was held. Whatever still feels held can be held by the night instead. And if sleep has already come, then this, too, is perfectly fine. Nothing here needs a conclusion. The quiet continues on its own, steady and kind. We have wandered a long way together through the quiet of ordinary lives, not moving forward so much as gently circling, returning again and again to the same simple place. Nothing new needs to be added now. Nothing needs to be understood more clearly than it already is. We have heard about hands that loosened their grip, about eyes that stopped scanning for problems, about moments when effort softened and life continued just fine. All of it has been pointing in the same direction, without insisting, toward the ease that comes when we stop carrying what does not need to be carried. At this point, there is no need to think back over each story. They are already settling on their own, blending together like sounds heard from another room. If your mind is still awake, it can rest here. If sleep has already arrived in waves, that is welcome too. The body knows how to settle. The breath knows how to move. Awareness can become wide or narrow or fade entirely. Nothing needs to be held together anymore. The night is doing what it has always known how to do, and you are allowed to go with it, without effort, without decision. Sleep well, and thank you for joining us here at Calm Monk.